violence.
Violence
But I want violence
that advances the plot.
Look, I want to do a murder that means something to the story.
Yeah, no, that's the best kind of violence. Uh, in fact, that type of
Why are
violence
you laughing at me, Mav? Literally knew what you were getting when we started talking
Bloodlust.
about this chronicle.
I look, what was it? Hot Torador with a shotgun. I signed off on it immediately. I'm like, yes, that's what a vampire game needs. Did
Yeah, but you
did I
also
typo
know-
the name of the stream, by the way? Did I actually write blood
Probably.
blood? That's the thing I would do.
But yeah, but you also kind of knew what you were getting signing having me on board as a person. You knew. It's like violence, but also plot, please.
Hey, chat gang. How's
What
it
is up?
going?
Chat gang popping off. So I guess this is where I mentioned we were off for a small week. Charles Fox at the top of the donors list. We are raising money this month, and I'm probably, since we did miss a week, I'm going to extend it a little bit into September as well. We are raising money for a great cause, and my brain is fragged. The Entertainment Community Fund.
The Community Entertainment Fund.
Community Entertainment. I thought it was Entertainment Community Fund.
Whatever. Fuck the studios.
I don't know. Fuck the studios.
Yeah, no, it's
pay writers
Entertainment
and
Community Fund.
Yeah,
ECF.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, first off, creating things is very difficult. As much as we all love playing games on the internet, it takes effort, and this isn't necessarily a livelihood for all of us, and for people currently on writer's strike, it is their livelihood. And so you're combining the fact that creativity is difficult and their labor is being exploited, which means, double guns to the studios. The ECF helps them, pay their rent and eat whilst the strike continues. So we're going to go ahead and, we're raising funds for that. If you donate $5 live during the stream, you can give the player a nice little advantage. You can give them an extra die to their dice pool. If you donate $25, you can force them to take a hunger check. And any amount you donate, no matter what, you are entered to win a little swag pack of Vampire the Masquerade stuff featuring, and I've got some of the things here already, the actual V5 dice. We are not sponsored or anything like that. I just went into my own personal coffers, and I will be purchasing a mug and a journal from Shelley actually coming this week. So that'll be entered into the pool. So books, bloody blah, some cool stuff. You might also notice a super secret poll. You can choose one of two options. If we hit our super secret fundraising goal in the month, I will get a tattoo. There's a head-to-head battle, which you can choose for that. So there's a spot that my partner always physically bites me on my arm, like every time. And so I'll have like an imprint of her fangs put there, or a vampire arm. So yeah, always donate 25. And speaking of Charles Fox, thank you so much for all your donos. Thank you even more so for making an entire adventure all that much more fun a couple weeks back by forcing Shelley to basically frenzy.
I didn't frenzy. I was just
really hungry.
Spicy.
Frenzy-ish.
And yeah, so nice.
I mean,
I could have killed a man, but I didn't.
There was some dice involved, and there was some backup involved too, with Rory kind of having to. So it was a good scene. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And just point of fact before we get into this, I was almost going to wear my Ducks Quest Together shirt tonight to plug the returning Duck game over on Rainbows and Razor Blades. But
you got renewed? Did you get renewed?
Yeah.
More Ducks.
Oh, it's one of my no shade at my own games I'm running or anything, but it is one of my favorite things.
So what you're saying is the quack attack is back?
The quack attack is back.
Yeah, the quack attack is back.
You can have a favorite thing that's a thing that you're not doing, that someone else is running for you. You know,
I mean, it's
you're allowed
true.
to have favorite things that
I know,
you're not working
but
on.
like, there's also that like guilt at the back of my mind by like loving this game as much as I do, like throw shade on the other games I've played on. And I'm like, no, I've liked those, but there's just something about being a duck pyromaniac who's socially awkward and solves every problem with, much like your Toreador, fireball spells. That just hard.
Fireball.
Sometimes violence is the only language we understand, so I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So that'll completely 180ing on type of content. I'm going to go ahead and read our content warning before we do a brief recap and then jump into the action tonight for Endless Elegy, this Second City Blues. So, content warning. The following show takes place in a world of darkness and it explores narratives of personal horror. The story is a work of fiction and is not official World of Darkness material. Many of the themes are portrayed from a place of empathy, but may be uncomfortable for some viewers. Episodes may contain coarse language, sexual content, mental and emotional abuse, violence, mental illness, and most definitely blood. Viewer discretion is advised. Portions of the materials are the copyrights and trademarks of Paradox Interactive AB and are used with permission, all rights reserved. For more information, please visit worldofdarkness.com. Thank you for watching Endless Elegy. I hope you've enjoyed the story thus far and invite you to like, follow, and or subscribe on your favorite viewing and or listening platform. By doing this, you support the show. Also, most importantly, tell your friends. Word of mouth is still the single most engaging form of advertisement in the universe. It's so yeah, just tell people to come watch the VODs, and DM me to finally get those fuckers uploading to YouTube. I wanted to have like a catalog so that like I can have them auto upload, routinely, because saturation is key for the YouTubes. But yeah, just tell the homies. the duck game might also be a World of Darkness. So, recap. I always love a good player recap. Who thinks that they can recap 2 weeks ago in like 4 sentences?
Okay.
Oh God, Shelly, why? Bar exploded. Oh no.
Went clubbing. It went bad. Left a hole in the wall. Now going back to the south side of town to mend.
I have to add something. Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
thought the guy was dead. Turns out, no.
Oh, yeah.
Found guns. Lots of guns.
Yeah.
Also, fire. There you go.
Yeah.
We needed 5 sentences.
Yeah.
I did not understand the assignment.
Yeah.
Bazooka.
Yeah. So, war were declared, to quote Futurama or whatever. The spot got blowed up somewhat by the First Light, but mostly by the coterie when they found exit strategy.
To be fair, that part wasn't Sasha's fault.
That
was my fault.
Yeah, no, that part you can't.
That was Ashley's fault. Full on.
Yeah, you can't
used a bazooka.
Amazing.
Probably the smart thing to do not to let Sasha have that. She does have too many, like.
To be fair, firearms doesn't
dual-
specify if you can't use another type of firearm. It just specializes for ones you use.
Oh,
better.
it's just. I know. It's just specifically. Just because it's Sasha, that's why I'm saying that. Like, it's probably smart not to let her use the bazooka.
All right.
Yeah.
So it is sort of, we're still on the, as pointed out in the offline mode, we're still kind of on the first night, and we're going to sort of pick up somewhat in that action, and then we're going to use ye old time skip to go ahead a single day.
Thank God.
How? Yeah. I got
Maybe
that.
not enough.
That
Maybe
will.
not.
That
I'm gonna need
willpower.
more than a day.
I'm gonna need
I gotta do magic shit, and that takes time.
Yeah, magic shit.
I have a willpower. I have a willpower situation.
Charles is wondering what everyone's hunger is at. I'm at 1.
Listen, motherfucker.
I'm at 1, so I'm good.
Also, read between the lines.
Shelly 1. I believe it's Ashley is at 1. And then Sasha and Rory are both at 3.
Okay, but I'm going to say this because it's for the writers in solidarity. If you really want something fun to happen, probably make me roll the rouse checks. Because I have less willpower. I'm less likely to resist anything that's going to happen.
Way to throw that out there. All right, so the coterie is in Ashley's tricked out, albeit not her finest of like SUVs, but the the second tier, right? The A tier, not the S tier one, in her fleet.
Wait, we already established it's not a fleet. A fleet means 3 or more.
Oh, okay.
She only has 2 cars.
Okay. What's your resources? Because I mean, you don't have to say if you don't want to. Because like 3 or 4 is fleet worthy.
She's a Ventru. She's got resources. She's loaded.
Yeah. I just assume every Ventru, and Colby, stereotyping here, but I just assume every Ventru is loaded in some way, shape, or form. All right.
You don't talk about the Ventru that are poor.
That's awkward.
They're like kept Ventru, where like they've got a sugar daddy or sugar mama that has all the money.
Their sire. Their sire's the one funding their shit.
Yeah, they live on their sire's couch, while they're like trying to get their like entrepreneurial venture off the ground.
So tech bros.
So the tech bro Ventrus, yeah. Exactly.
That's why I hate them a lot.
We should do a purge.
I will
like
fight
that,
the
like in that
tech bros.
movie Purge. Those movies are actually like turbo aggressive. Like the original ones are like supposed to be turbo progressive, like propaganda. Like satire is dead and all that. But like they have a lot. Sorry, the more you know. I have been off my Adderall, by the way, for 1 calendar week. I've become lots of fun.
Hooray!
My therapist wouldn't. I switched therapists, and the new one just wasn't refilling my Adderall, which was a controlled substance, and that was a problem because I thought the Adderall doesn't help me that much, but as this tangent shows, it kind of does. All right, so y'all are rolling in Ashley's not a fleet lesser vehicle out towards the legally distinct from and or exactly the Heller house. We'll leave it in the unreliable narrative ether. One of the Frank Lloyd Wright designed homes. Actually, if you look at this, you just do a Google search. Fantastic looking, like perfect coterie house. It is the quintessential home of the coterie. And I will let y'all sort of, you don't need to, all cards on the table, but share as much as you're comfortable with the audience as we sort of pull up to your coterie. Your coterie's home, your haven.
Open up that there sheet and take a look at it.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to extend my unreliable narrator powers to you.
Well, we're located near the University of Chicago.
Chicago.
Of Chicago. Okay, cousin.
Cousin.
Hey, cousin.
Oh, I finished season 2. More.
Yep. They're now it's not the most ideal location for all of us.
Hi.
But it's a very so. If you look here, can I post a link in the chat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no, okay.
Very funny. I'm just putting the link of what the house looks like, so everybody knows.
And then it's the leak spin
yeah.
on loop.
Yeah. So it's a very beautiful house. There's like some creeping ivy, things like that. It may or may not have belonged to somebody in Ashley's family at one point. And she just snaked her way in and took it after being turned into a vampire.
Mm.
And it's just been sitting empty until we became a coterie a few years ago. So we've put a lot of time and work into rebuilding it.
So some of the go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a lovely library for our nerd. There's an armory for our warrior princess. And yeah, there's just like all sorts of bits and baubles involved with the house.
Yeah, so it's yeah, like a built in like 1896, but even at the time, like just one of these sort of timeless pieces of architecture, as Wright is sort of known for. A number of Lego sets you can actually buy of Wright's work. They have like the architecture line. Yeah, so it's almost got this sort of, for those of you not watching Google or watching the YouTubes or whatever in the future, it's almost like this sort of like multi-tiered sort of rectangular building with these sort of gorgeous archways and very sort of prominent sort of multi-windowed features. It's got a lot of like brick and stone work, and a sizable yard with some trees for effect, about as old as the house itself, that just sort of like yawn and stretch and frame the rather serene building as you drive up to it. I believe it's got like actually like a garage where you drive down to it and you actually like pull in underneath it. And you may or may not have added like a hidden sub level or two to it, and maybe done some workings underground.
Oh, there's definitely a basement that was there originally, and then there are things in the basement that we may or may not get to eventually.
And and having pulled up the sheet, I feel like Rory might maybe want to add a little twist or maybe a tease in there on some of the features.
Little zhuzh, yeah. Well, I will say that in the backyard, a little away from prying eyes, there's a fight ring. Because Rory runs a goddamn fight club.
Out of the backyard of your haven.
Out of the goddamn backyard. Believe it.
Okay. So the vehicle pulls up, and Sam 2 or 3, I think, I'm not certain.
3.
Sam 3 eases to a stop sort of at the crest of the driveway. His high beams on something from the back seat you can't quite make out. He steps out the vehicle to go take a look at what is in front of the car. Roll perception checks. Wits awareness, that is.
What's awareness?
Wits
awareness?
Is where.
Okay.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
1, 2.
Hold on. I have 3 hunger dice. Okay, here's. I have 3 hunger dice, and my pool is 3.
Yeah, so your whole
my entire pool is just hunger dice. Okay, this is great.
I don't see shit. All blanks, baby. All blanks.
Oh
2
no.
successes. It's
Oh,
two
no.
successes, and I'm rolling all hunger dice. It's great.
So 2
Love
becomes 4. Add that is 6. 6 successes, messy critical.
I heard
Fucking
the donation jingle. I didn't
Oh,
see it pop
God.
up yet.
Yeah. Hold on. It's there. It's there. Charles did it.
Who is it for?
I'm guessing this
For
is
Michael. It's
Nice.
for Michael. Read the comment on it, Meth.
yeah. Hang on.
I'm dying. This is great. When you sass the audience, they'll sass you back, motherfucker. Shelly saw it.
All right.
Did you just see it?
Tell Rory to read between the lines. So, Rory, why don't you go ahead, Charles? I am innocent.
I'm innocent. Innocent,
so-
my patootie.
So why don't you go ahead and roll a rouse
Like
check
it.
real quick before
Yeah,
we
okay,
get to
buddy. I see what you're doing here. We good. Get wrecked.
He's like, get right.
All right. So
But
you
yeah.
I think Ashley is like still sort of high off of almost straining that dude and then also shooting a bazooka. She's kind of got like that like violence sex kind of high going on. She's just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't give a fuck. I'm just vibing.
right on.
I got 2 successes.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
I forgot to activate our milestones here. Let me turn those all on.
Turn them on.
6
Turn 'em
6
on.
successes, messy critical.
There we go.
Boom.
All right. Messy critical.
Yeah.
Okay. So the rest of y'all don't really. You had 2 successes, didn't you, Sasha? Yeah.
Yeah, Sasha got 2.
Sasha, you noticed that there's something small, like a business card or something like that in the driveway that's got this like really shines in the light. You know, what is that? Eggshell with the print is called Cerulean Braille. You know,
Oh god, I fucking hate this. You knew where you were going with that.
I've been listening to a lot of Ice Nine Kills lately, actually. So you see this, like something, but it's got a real sheen to it. Whereas Rory, you're able to make out the details from your position in the car. Like you maybe even lean out the window, and the being a messy critical, the beast sort of surges in your veins and almost co-opts your eyesight as you stare at this playing card. It is a 3 of clubs, but it's the message written on it in red ink, as if penned with a quill. You can kind of notice that sort of telltale sign of the, from even your position, the sort of sort of 2 layers. A quill doesn't so much indent in what it writes on as it impresses upon, right? Like it and then that ink fills and pools, and you can kind of see it. And you can even make out the letters from here. But it's more the handwriting you specifically recognize with your quite high roll. Robert Murdoch's handwriting is unmistakable to you. You've seen it scrawled on notes of a ritual dozens, hundreds, thousands of times. You've seen him sign a signature under one alias or another, under an assumed position of power throughout the pyramid's existence and your time with him. It's unmistakable. Now, I want you to describe to me, noticing this on this playing card before I get to the message. You haven't even processed it yet because the beast has taken over your sight. What does the coterie see as you notice Sam 3 pick up this playing card out the driveway and kind of hold it up to the crescent moonlight?
Yeah, Aurori flushes as like all of the blood just rushes to the forefront of his skin, and all of those arcane sigils that we've seen before just pop. And Roy's not a weak guy, but he's not particularly strong. But like all the force he can apply is suddenly applied to the door.
Mm-hmm.
Hey! Don't bruise the leather.
He's supposed to be fucking dead.
Who's supposed to be fucking dead?
My fucking sire.
Wait. I thought the fucker died in Vienna. Or
Fucking what I thought too.
Or where was it? Vienna?
Yeah, fucking Vienna.
Wherever, Italy somewhere? I don't fucking know. What? He died with the rest of a lot of your people.
Thought so. I hoped so. What the goddamn money?
Have you exited the vehicle, or do you remain inside?
I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna go to the card. Yeah.
Sam's like, I don't make much sense to me. He's assumes Ashley's near them when he says boss, and he's
Give me.
you grab it, sort of like rip it from Sam's grip, and the message that you read says the 3 of clubs enters the shuffle.
Does that mean anything to me?
I mean, it's a little cryptic, but go ahead and roll an Arcana. Actually,
Yeah, like is he known?
Occult, sorry.
Like, does he
Occult
often do
intelligence.
weird playing card things? This is jam.
Sasha, looks like you had a question, kind of.
No, Sasha's just gonna kind of step out of the car to follow Rory to see what this is all about.
And Ashley?
I'm gonna step out as well, but I'm gonna stand near the door because we still have our little friend with us. The nerd, the computer guy.
No.
Oh,
No, you've got
Not the computer guy, the
the other Nosferatu.
The
the Nosferatu.
Nosferatu
Wretch.
spy guy.
Wretch.
Wretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Wretch.
his name.
Not Leonard. I don't know why my brain said Leonard.
Leonard.
one of the worst
All
TV
right.
shows ever made, Big Bang Theory.
Would either blood magic or parapsychology apply?
I mean, either or. You don't need to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure. One more down.
Parapsychology would probably be a little more pertinent, but like you'd intercept stuff like this in the
Rory.
Oh boy, that's some shit. 2 successes, 2 skulls. We're having a day.
You understand, like, sort of vaguely, that the suits of playing cards actually have like meanings to them. They vary depending on, sort of, the regions, and it wouldn't be difficult to understand that playing cards have had like a plethora of art stylings and so on and so forth. But the enduring ones, the clubs, the hearts, the diamonds, and stuff like that. Some of them are associated with seasons in some cultures, so they'd be season related. With each sort of number being significant in numerology or rank, depending on who you ask. So either it's a numerology thing or merely rank, right? King's going to be at the top, so on and so forth. But you suspect with occultish meanings, it's going to have a lot more to do with numerology and that sort of symbolism. The other thing would be that they are associated with caste or class systems, with clubs being like the worker class and spades being the ruling class.
Mm.
And then you have like the diamonds, I think, are the military class, and
The hearts being like,
the merchant class.
yeah.
So you understand that like playing cards have meanings, and they're sort of like the two prominent but separate, like understanding colloquial like understandings of them is about rank and caste or like seasons.
Rory,
You
Yeah.
could research this naturally.
make sure the wards are still up.
Yep. And it was the 3 of clubs, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
With the message, the
Do
3
I,
of clubs enters the shuffle.
do I
Interesting.
detect anything with sense the unseen
Same.
in the area?
You can roll a wits awareness with half your auspex dice, minimum of 1, added in for a sense the unseen.
All right. Sensing. Wits awareness.
And while they're trying to see if there's anything, I'm just gonna look at the Nosferatu and be like, "You want to help us out? Maybe turn invisible, look around."
You got it there, boss. He goes, pitches Nathan. You got it there, boss.
I don't like you calling me boss.
Miss, madam, ma'am. A lot of the ventures like that kind of thing.
Miss Dame is fine.
Miss Dame, you got it. And
4.
you just hear the token obfuscate whoosh noise, like, and Wretch, whose very job is exactly this, goes to scout about.
I mean, that's the whole reason why I asked. I was like, the motherfucker was like
Just go ahead and open this fantastic
behind. He was
upcycled
invisible
dice
in a
bag.
club, so
He was off duty, which is why you happen to see him with a mere 3 before. But so we had 4 successes on the Sense the Unseen from Sasha. How much from
I got 2 and a skull.
2 and a skull? So if you fail,
God
we have what's
damn.
called a bestial failure. So with 4, you'll note that you do not notice Wretch when he has vanished. He's very invisible this time. With the 2, you certainly don't notice, and you are threatening a messy critical, which is what I think we're at right here. What both of you do notice, what both of you expect to notice, is some of the places where you have the wards up, inconspicuous to the casual observer, but you know where you put your wards. So you see them very much intact in the places they should be, right? They're pulsing and glowing with like sort of this virulence. They are like unblemished by interference. They are holding strong. Okay, so the light is as bright as it should be. The marks are unbroken. Any place there should be a seal or a circle or like anything along those lines. Horseshoes or any place unbroken, unwavering. Okay. Sasha, you notice this wisp of energy emanating from the print on the card itself. Like almost like a vapor trail, like steam coming off of the lettering.
Okay.
Whereas Rory gets Rorschached again. This is our 3rd time. Rory staring at the lettering is sort of mind is shunted to a terrible place. And this being a collaborative narrative, what you're comfortable with for your character, something bad pertaining to your sire, you are in that moment. What does Rory see as he focuses on this print? It's at once flashback and nightmare. Maybe it's been exaggerated with time. What does Rory see as he focuses on his? And then I will hijack the vision as you're having it.
I'd say it's one of the dozens of times that Robert had taken a liking to a magic user of any stripe and decided to make them his pet project. And did all sorts of unspeakable experiments.
Okay.
Sometimes not even experiments. Sometimes just had fun.
So we can. I almost imagine in this time, sort of like a ritual chamber of some sort.
Yeah.
Time agnostic. It could be any place, anywhere. But the sort of telltale signs of that sort of medical scent. That like formaldehyde and rubbing alcohol. With the smell of like sort of like butane being burnt. Like is just sort of in your nose, right? Like it's physically inhabiting your face. It's so fucking strong. The olfactory sense being one of the strongest because it's also a physical thing. It's unmistakable, right? You are there in the moment, and we have a sort of tale of two Rorys. You have that sort of dream perspective we're all familiar with when we have a nightmare watching ourselves, right? Like you're in control of you in the dream, but then also you're this like sort of arcing monologue telling yourself, God damn it, Mephisto, no, don't do that, and that's where Rory is right now. And Rory remembers this one distinctly. It's one of, like you said, countless others. And in this case, Robert has caught himself a changeling, and he's having you just sort of fetch some implements, trying to extract whatever magic juices he's able to. And Robert is of the mind that a changeling, when it is under duress or pain, that's when the magic is particularly succulent. And you're just sort of seeing yourself in the moment, and you recognize the bond, and you understand that it's Tremere, like you know that, and you sort of see yourself almost like an automaton, maybe even with a look of like pleasure on your face, this eerie sort of like etched grin, and not so much with the dealings or the workings that you're participating in, but happy to help. And when you come out of that moment, it's clear to the coterie that you're not all present, but that the beast's hold is pretty tight on you.
I think it's your turn, buddy. Let's get you inside.
And Charles would just like to say that we can't let Sasha feel left out. Roll a rouse check.
Yeah, there you go. I failed that one.
So you're at 4.
I am.
Wunderbar. How does Rory feel with this potential news? That's a Big Bang Theory, but it's just Nosferatu. Ah, that's actually great. That would make it dramatically improved. Sorry, I just broke the drum of the moment. I'm an asshole.
Rory, there's an overwhelming sense of guilt combined with terror He thought he was free. And impotent rage?
Is Rory holding the card right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what Sasha will do, because she saw the crispy thing, right? She doesn't know what it is, but there's some weird shit happening, and she knows something weird is. I think she's gonna gently kind of put her hand underneath the hand that's holding the card, and then she'll take her other hand and just gently try to pull the card away, and she's gonna say, "Hey, Rory, I'm gonna take this from you, okay?" And she'll try to get his attention, but like in a gentle way and not just kind of startle him.
I think maybe given Rory's state of persuasion is actually appropriate here, like a charisma.
I can do that. Hold
like,
on.
Rory
Oh
just is
boy, this
coming
is
down.
gonna fuck some shit
I
up.
mean,
All
you
right.
only have 4 hunger dice there. It'll be just fine.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Do I roll to resist or?
I mean, we'll see what Sasha rolls first. But you are coming out of the bestial failure state, right? With this.
Yeah.
So.
Can I
You can willpower reroll.
Can I add my words presence to it? Like my presence dot, my presence whatever to it? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'll allow you to
boy,
add half your presence sort of passively to it, minimum of 1.
I don't like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I also have a skull, so yeesh.
Rory,
So 4 successes with a skull.
What's your humanity score?
8.
Okay.
God, I'm a horrible person.
You said it.
I mean, even if I were to like impose some sort of bestial penalty, I think the difference between your humanity score and max being a 2 difficulty would have been like sort of the baseline for something like this. And to my mind, I think Sasha's words get through. In fact, they not only do they get through, but they sort of that sort of resonance where like almost like as dark and as dark and as deep and as dim as a place as Sasha goes, it's like harmony, right? Sasha's words come through on the like sort of opposite pitch, and there's this sort of weird reverberation between the dark and the light.
And I think as Sasha is kind of like distracting him with the card, Ashley's going to come up behind him and just play gently, the most gentlest of touch. Just put a hand on his back, like near his shoulder, and be like, "All right, let's go inside, yeah, everyone."
As Sasha's pulling the card and the resistance breaks,
You're okay.
so
You're
does
okay.
Rory, as he just like lets go of the card, whether or not Sasha's actually got a whole grip of it or not, and turns and buries his head in Sasha's shoulder. Just
Okay. You're okay.
I was free.
You're okay.
He was dead. No.
You're okay.
We're never
You're
really
okay.
free of our sires. So
He was supposed to be dead.
that's true. Everybody said he was dead. But
It's okay. Let's go inside. Let's go
figure it
inside.
out.
We'll talk about this inside, okay?
Plus, y'all look like you're about to open someone's throats, honestly. And let's do that inside if we're gonna do that. Okay.
Wretch, sort of as if he's been standing there all along, and just sort of between blinks comes into your vision. Not trying to startle Ashley per se, but obfuscate dropping has that effect on folks.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
and just not in the sort of like embrace,
But like
just the view
yeah.
across the like on the other side of the driveway, and he's like,
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I get that a lot. It's all clear, but I did find some tracks.
Okay.
From if I were to put an approximation in it,
and he gives like an exact amount of time that correlates with when about when you got to the club the second time.
Okay.
Like
he's like 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Good to know.
I'm gonna go inside. I'm gonna take Rory inside.
Do you want me on the trail, or?
You know what? Yeah.
I mean,
If you
got
can
a little bit of time till the sun comes up, but I'm good at hunkering down wherever I need to on a train.
I was about to say we're deep in Tremere territory, so just be
Tremere,
aware of those
Go ahead.
those wizards can be kind of rude.
Yeah, Tremere don't scare me. Those Zamisi, on the other hand.
and he just kind of shivers.
Honestly,
Talk about a crazy wizard.
I haven't seen a Zamitzi in a while.
Better hope you don't.
And he looks at the
Yeah.
camera.
What the fuck are you looking at? Are you looking at our security cameras?
Oh yeah, that's good security going on here.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, if you could trace where they're going to. I mean, if it's who we think it is, he probably he's probably hunkered down somewhere in the neighborhood. So,
Or he wasn't the one who delivered the package at all.
but it would still be one of the Tremere. So,
I'll
if
keep
he's
my-
stupid, he would have brought it himself. But knowing who he is, he's not that stupid.
So, hang on.
if I need to report my findings.
Give me your phone.
He doesn't have one.
You don't have a phone, do you?
No, they're
Fuck.
I got a payphone I frequent,
But not in this part of town.
No, I've got one of those. If you leave a message, someone will pick up.
There's
say you've got a message for Rich.
Rich. Okay.
Rich
I was
W.
about Rich W. Really?
They'll mess me.
Right.
I'm a sucker for a really bad anagram.
You got a card or something?
And he kind of feels around. He's got
Look,
what I can only
if
describe
you-
as homeless squall from Final Fantasy VIII. Like it's got the jacket with the fur, around it, with exposed, sort of torso showing off his pallid, pseudo deformed skin underneath the squall coat, and then he's wearing some punk skinny jeans with the texture on the thighs and the ripped open knees, and a pair of scuffed up Solivairs or grip rights. He'd be on the grip rights because they're a little bit cheaper end.
If you go to the fire station here in the neighborhood,
Bald with the super pronounced ears and the really pronounced sort of front, not just canines, but the sort of razor. Pretty Nosferatu-y, but not the worst one you've ever seen.
Yeah. If you go to the firehouse, it's a couple blocks from here, and you're not able to get back here to give us a message. Talk to Lieutenant Stephen Fry. I couldn't think of a name off the top of my head. Okay, that was the first one that came to my head. Talk to Lieutenant Fry. Tell him that Ashley sent you. Do not go to the hospital. For the love of all things good. We might have contacts there, but do not go to the hospital. If the tracks lead back to the hospital, fucking turn around. That is
Should I ask what
why.
your concern is? Yeah.
That is ground zero for the Tremere. They do not like people going onto their turf there. If you want to fuck around and find out, I am just warning you.
I mean, I've got a few boons out there with some folks. You know, my
I mean,
information
if
doesn't
you want to
usually come
exploit
cheap.
them, I'm perfectly okay with reciprocating cost.
It's not exploitation; it's commerce.
I will pay you for your boon, not with a boon, with actual money. Okay? Do you want a boon? Is that what you're trying to? A boon for a boon?
Let's not call it a boon per se, but I might need a favor down the line.
That's fine. You're
maybe
not the first
just a place
Nosferatu.
just a place to crash. Oh no, I'm aware.
Oh, we've got plenty of basement for you.
Dwayne, yeah,
Oh,
fucking poser.
oh, Dwayne. He sometimes hangs out in our basement, but he's not there now. Sorry.
No,
I'm sure y'all would love to cuddle.
whatever I find out, you'll know. If
Yeah.
you need to get a hold of me,
He writes down just on a piece of scrap paper.
that's the payphone. Again, ask for Rich W. Or leave a message for Rich W. I'll get it. Otherwise, you could
Right.
always use the tried and true method of a pigeon.
And he gives like a toothy smile.
Right.
Camarilla literally use carrier pigeons now since the SI. And he was mocking that.
Ashley tries to blend as much as possible, so she uses cell phones whenever she's in the area of the kind. So yeah. Anyways, again, if you can track the footfall, please let us know what you get. Thanks. And she's gonna head inside with Hunger 1 and Hunger 2 over here.
Yep. Okay. So he does his whoosh thing again, and he's to the wind. You've got a couple hours before sunlight, sort of cracks on the horizon above Lake Michigan. So you retire for the evening. Do we want to have some falling action RP before we go to the next day, or?
I think Sasha is just gonna make sure Rory is kind of settled in and offers to listen if he wants to talk about it further, and also offers to keep him company if he'd like it. She kind of is just standing at the doorway.
Ashley just pops over the shoulder. Do we want to order something or do you want bags?
Bags.
Bags?
I you know
She
what?
literally has her chin on your shoulder. She's just like,
Yeah, maybe set a couple of bags aside for me, but I'm gonna go out for a bit, and and she looks over at Rory like as soon as he's settled, I'm just gonna go
do you
for a
need
walk.
Sam to go with you?
No.
Okay.
I'll be okay.
2 bags for you, Rory. I'll set 2 aside. And then just make sure you're back before sunrise.
Rory, Are you gonna be okay?
The tears of blood, because vampires have dried at this point. He hasn't moved to touch them. I don't know, but go take care of whatever you need to do.
She'll
Okay,
she'll approach him and like wipe the blood tears off his face.
Yeah, that's canon. Vampires
Yeah.
like you can
Yeah.
essentially blush of life to control your organs, sort of, but you don't have bodily fluids beyond your blood. So
And then she says, I'll be back real soon. If you want some company, then I'll be back
Sure.
real soon. And I think what Sasha wants to do is to actually go out and you know, um I don't know how blush of life works in the system, but she's essentially gonna go and pretend to be a human for a while and
There's the nightclub nearby.
Yeah.
a
pay
lot of
someone
a lot
very specific a visit.
a lot of the kindred establishments are sort of switching to lockdown after what happened at the spot. You wouldn't have to like necessarily go to understand that they're probably I don't want to call it evacuating, but they've made
They're-
themselves scarce at
Yeah.
a lot of the sort of like usual haunts this evening.
Oh, the nightclub that we're talking about is not a kindred
Oh,
place.
kind. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a kind nightclub.
No, yeah, she's gonna go have herself a good old booty call with her. That's what she's doing right now, and she's going to seek out one of her
She have like a herd or something.
touchstones. No, not a wait. Do I have access to a herd? I forget what that
We
one.
did not get a herd. We did not.
No, not we. Me. I just wanted to double check something really quick. Where is it? What page is it? God damn it. Where? Sorry. Do I have access to a herd? No, I do not.
Okay, I was just curious.
She's gonna go have a booty call and maybe a snack.
Booty snack.
A booty snack.
I think blush of life is just a just
Rouse
arouse.
Yeah.
Welcome to Five Hunger. Let's
That's
go.
okay. That's okay. I succeeded that time, so I'm still at 4.
All right.
But I'm
You're gonna
gonna
eat a whole
go
month
have
then.
this booty. Okay, so in my mind, Nathan, her favorite booty call is the was kind of the center of her previous masquerade breach and previous indiscretion that Annabelle had kind of sorted out for her. So she doesn't come around as often, but aside from being one of her touchstones, he's just really fun. Sometimes when she pretends that she's human, she has a little fun. So that's where she goes.
Pretend that she's a real girl.
Listen, it's been a long night. She wants to get a live snack before she resorts to bagged
Alright.
food.
Bag food. All right. Do you want to just go ahead and roll your predator type to take care of your hunger, or would you?
Yeah.
sort of-
No. I'll just roll it. I just don't. Hold on. Let me. God damn it.
We are manipulation, persuasion.
Great. This is gonna end up so great. Okay. Persuasion. Okay. 3 and 4. Oh, this is gonna be awful.
And you also have a specialization because
It's only one die, correct?
yeah, but it's an extra
Oh,
die.
hello. What is this? What the hell is this? Okay. That's 3 successes.
I would say that that's sufficient to. With 3, you're in a sufficient neighborhood for your predator type. So I'll say that you succeed in calling said booty, and slaking,
Hey,
uh,
babe.
and slaking 2
So-
to 3 hunger.
Okay, 2 or 3.
I might have you make a willpower check on the 3. Is just all.
Okay, 1 success on the willpower check.
Well, you could choose to slake 2. If you
I
go
choo-
for the 3, you're going.
I'm going for the 3. That's what that was.
In which
Yeah.
case, the good news is you have
Is
no
this-
hunger left.
Oh no! Did I kill him? No!
Not
Well.
Nathan.
Not Nathan.
Uh.
I didn't realize there was a death thing involved. I just thought it was like eat.
I'll allow
Or-
a second.
Can I rewind it?
I'll allow a second one. It's your. I don't want to like.
No,
I'm
I didn't
trying to
realize
boost it.
that's what that was. I thought you were just having extra. I misunderstood. Can we rewind the last 2
Yeah,
minutes,
no,
please?
it's cool. We'll rewind you just like 2. It's you're so
Okay, that's
close
fine.
to frenzy, and I'm trying to ROL play this instead of ROLE play it, so we can get into the next night.
I'm sorry. I just got really excited, and I thought it was just like. Okay,
No,
I
I understand.
misunderstood the mechanics. It's fine.
It's
fine. Okay, so-
it's my fault. I was like being hand wavy to try to save some time to get into the next challenge.
Okay, wait. So I off 2 hunger. Call some. Okay, so that's great. Yeah, and then I will go back to the house, only slightly hungry. And if she wants the company, she'll hang out at the house. Otherwise, she'll go home to her personal haven.
Alright.
So does Rory kick her out? Like, nah, change my mind, leave me alone.
Your personal haven, or you return to Rory? I think. Yeah, go ahead.
No. What I'm gonna check in with Rory if he doesn't. If he's just
Gotcha.
wants to
So
be left
RP
alone,
resume,
she will
sorry.
leave.
Roll ROL.
Well,
play,
no,
like
it's. I mean, yeah. So she will just,
What
I mean,
has
check in with
Rory
Rory.
done in the last about hour or so? And you've got about an hour left until daylight at this point.
Yeah, an hour before.
That's enough time for some research or to sulk. It's really your call.
At some point during that hour, Ashley brought him
Blood
2 bags
Yeah.
and a
2 bags.
cup
Yeah.
and be like,
He just
"You do you.
Yeah, you can slake
Yeah.
too.
We'll talk. We'll
Yeah.
talk in the morning."
he's got a little harness that like the bags can sit in and just attach a straw.
As one does.
As
Yeah.
one does. Hands-free blood drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't turn
it's
pages.
Dwayne has a similar setup, but it's the beer helmet.
Yep.
Blood bag.
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
awful.
I think he would attempt to do some distracted research, but yeah.
Okay, then I will honor your distraction. 1 die penalty, which will offset your one dice bonus. For a, we'll do like a actual investigation as you sort of like, you maybe brought up a few books from the your extensive library to where your chambers are. So it's not like a super deep dive, but just kind of like I think looking into the card stuff seems pertinent right now.
Yeah.
So you can
Alright,
use
so
intelligence investigation or resolve investigation on account of like the sort of, you're sort of fighting through some stuff.
Yeah. Intelligence investigation -1. 7 minus 1 is 6. 2 less hunger, though. Get rid of that. You, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Three successes.
3 is the number of the night. So much like your sort of cursory understanding from before, there are a few different sort of origins or understandings of cards and suits, military or caste, so on and so forth. But one interesting detail you sort of run into more along the tarot spectrum is that a 3 of clubs is often used to um, used to mean like immense creativity or creative struggle in like the sort of creative process. But it also can't escape your awareness that your coterie is predominantly 3 members.
I don't like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And with that, no, we got to have Sasha come back first, and then we'll go to our intermission. I think with
Yeah,
that,
so
that's about the exact moment. Like you've got the book in your hand, and you're like, huh,
Straw in the mouth.
yeah, yeah.
um
Sasha raps
yeah,
on the door, or maybe.
Door's wide open.
Okay, there you go.
yeah, but she still kind of knocks on the open door just to try to get his attention. Hey, you okay?
Hey, no.
Rory will see that she has a lot more color in her skin and she looks alive. So it's it's the telltale sign of she's gone off to get her kicks in. Um, um,
You have a good time?
yeah, I mean, I knew what I was getting. He knew what he was getting, and she smirks. She smirks in that way that Rory would recognize as up to no good. Um, um, and she says, "Want me to stick around?"
If you want
Um,
to, sure, yeah.
I mean, it's up to you. Um, and she'll pull something out of her backpack.
Is it a
Um,
shotgun?
Out of her Jansport.
no, it is not a shotgun. It is a black leather bound book, and she tears a page out of it and just puts it on Rory's nightside table. Um, and and then she says, "You know what? I think I'm just gonna go tonight, but you know how to reach me if you need me." Um,
Sure, yeah.
the paper that she leaves on his desk is it's a sketch. It's a portrait of Rory that Sasha has sketched out of boredom one night.
I always forget you're actually good at that.
She looks over her shoulder and says, um, "It's not something I put out there in the world or anything." Um, yeah, and she leaves the house for the evening. and hoofs it to her place as the sun rises, and she goes to bed, and she's just like,
But
in her
crawls
mind,
into bed
her,
and just slightly tired.
Yeah, depending on how far away your
final
place
thought.
is, you might end up sleeping in like the different room, you know, in the Haven. But if it's, you know, not all the way across town, Chicago's a big place.
It's not. Yeah, it's.
Just outside the Tremere neighborhood, you know, fine.
Yeah, like I haven't
I don't
actually
care about the
determined.
particulars of time anyway.
No,
So
no,
it's
no.
fine.
I
You
just
can make
haven't
it.
determined. Yeah, I haven't determined, but it's. I think she does have a place outside of Tremereland, just in case.
All right.
That yeah. So she cuts it close because she's the kind of person who, when she was living, often cut it close to curfew. You know, that kind of person.
Yeah, except it
So
can be lethal
Yeah.
for a kindred. All right, so with
yeah.
that, we'll take an intermission here quickly. My Jason Carl juice is running low, so I got to top up on that. And yeah, you have to. Vampire Senpai will notice me one day. And yeah, so with that, we'll be back shortly. Refresh your beverages. Remember to follow the channel here if you'd like, and to if you want to peruse the Tiltify page, see what's going on with this month's fundraiser, you can do that as well.
We're really close. We're $11 away from our next goal, which is live behind the scenes talkback with both of the RPGs on this channel.
Yeah,
That's just one more rouse check.
Yeah.
Oh no.
yeah, or like we'll do a $11 discount to hit our next milestone. $11 rouse check, huh?
Jesus.
Listen,
All right, we'll be right
we
back.
got to build the people whatever we can get.
Yeah, we gotta extort them for money for a good cause.
Yeah.
All right, chat gang. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll be right back.
my first time.
You're kidding.
I'm sorry. I thought you said I was beautiful.
You are beautiful. Everything's okay.
Master of the sun, memories falling on concrete, leaving no behind. Now you swear to be my enemy, victim of your cards. I'm running in the dark, avenger into nothing.
by the way.
Matt-
I'm sorry,
Matt
finger
only-
guns. We're back. Hey, sorry.
It was just extended. It
Hey.
was just a lot
Matt
in one episode.
Matt only did it once technically.
Yeah.
Want to beat a record, Meth? Go.
Well, no, I like the ebb and flow.
Space
like,
Eater. Yeah, I
if,
know.
If nobody's caught it, I like gradients. I think drama
I know.
works better if it's offset by comedy. I think horror works better if it's offset by romance, or whatever. Like you got to have those, It's like a meal. You want the salty, sweet, sour. Like you want the umami. You want it all in a story. Even a horror story, I can't stand one note. Like there's like CW shows where it's just like all hyper drama the whole time. I'm like, please, for the love of God, somebody crack a joke. Like
I'm a CW show character with a shotgun. So hey,
see, look, that's 2 notes. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Or like early season
best
Supernatural, good. Late season Supernatural, not so good. Where it's just like all gravel voice all the time. Paris Hilton episode of Supernatural, actually pretty great, where she's self-aware, making fun of herself in the Wax Museum. Paris Hilton is playing a Wax Museum character of herself, making fun of herself. Kind of chef's kiss, actually.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Yeah.
what are we doing? Sneaky
Uh,
times?
You're finding a second exit strategy, I think, if that's what.
Ashley's just
We're
like,
hopefully taking a
LOL,
night
just
off.
kidding.
Let's get
LOL,
some more
just
ammo
kidding.
for exit strategy. $20 dono. Thank you so much, Charles. Once more.
Should I just wait $20? Couldn't there just be an exit strategy 2.0 just shows up for Ashley as a
Oh no, it's in
delivery?
I have a way for it showing up.
There you go.
I know. Like as soon as it was asked, I'm like, oh, I know exactly how this plays out. So you get the evening. You enter the day sleep, as it is called, canonically, or at least I don't know if it's what it's called. That's what Jason Carl calls it. So that's the canon. Of course, he also put fireballs in like the first season of LA by Night, which I fucking respect, by the way. Like the ambassador for the game already breaking the rules of the game. Like, yeah,
Okay.
we all do it. It will be at a dramatically appropriate moment. The exit strategy will show up.
Of course.
So yeah, you the sun rises for Chicago and for the kindred. They enter a motionless day sleep. They, whether it is torpor or a simple day sleep, they enter a state of pure non-existence. The older the kindred, the fewer the dreams between, to where you simply don't have them anymore, depending on how old your particular kindred may be. And for a moment, the city of Chicago is completely unaware and uninterrupted by this world of darkness in its underbelly. And as the sun is sort of spat out by Lake Michigan on the eastern horizon and crests somewhere in the far distance of the plains and mountains to the west and just sort of disappears unanimously, almost in concert across the city, the kindred begin to stir in their respective havens, eyes shooting open. And if you have a little bit higher humanity, like our dear Rory does, you stir a little bit earlier than most other kindred. In fact, you stir while the sun is still like in dusk. Not that you're like cracking open your curtains and enjoying that sunset, but you hear those sort of final whirs of cars and the conversations outside on stoops and stuff like that of daytime yet. That sort of distinct end of the day lull before the night sort of masquerade begins. And you get those little glimpses of the sort of blue collar days dwindling down and dinner being, someone yelling for their kids to come in for dinner down the street, and those little bits of humanity that maybe for Rory help sustain him, help keep him in the now, or help keep his foot from slipping into the darkness he was reminded of just last night. Do you do anything in this peaceful moment for yourself just before the rest of your coterie awakes and maybe reconvenes?
He'll actually think to take a shower after all of the comments yesterday. Like, right, probably take a shower, put on actual clean clothes, and then he puts the sign on the door that says "Doing magic, go away."
So you go in to take the shower, and there is a bazooka labeled "Exit Strategy 2," like laying across the back of the toilet that says, "Thanks for the good time," or "Thanks for the show last night, W."
Fucking
What the fuck? Alright. I'm just gonna take it off the toilet, throw it on the couch unceremoniously.
Did I say dramatically appropriate? I meant comedically appropriate this time.
It's just on the toilet. No
Like
big
on the
deal.
bidet, your towels are all like pressed and laid out by Sam 3, and there's just a bazooka on top of them.
Yeah.
This came last night from that really ugly motherfucker. Like, you see, Sam 3 suddenly has like spectacles or whatever and looks like a office dweeb.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
So
Don't use it here.
So yeah, you have a bazooka. You put up your sign, doing magic, and you have a ritual or something you want to cast.
Yeah, I mean, I need to do one with the blade. I need to begin the process.
Even if it
So,
takes
I'm gonna-
multiple evenings, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to just kind of
All right.
it's
just that
movie magic. Spend
Yeah.
this and do it. Okay.
Yeah, the sword itself has to like hang out in my blood for fall until the following sunrise. So easily enough that I have a second sword. I can just leave this one behind. I just have to like bleed on it until it's covered.
How about we give ourselves some narrative magic and say that you began that ritual last night?
Okay.
And so that you sort of like are checking in on the ritual now, and we'll resolve the dice rolls now and see if it worked, or we give it another night.
There is no die roll.
Oh, well then never mind. You wake up to see a sword,
Yeah.
happy to see you, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and
Yeah.
ready to do a bonus dice
Yep.
worth of damage to mofos.
Islands.
Yeah.
I think because Sasha also wakes up slightly early, humidity reasons. Don't ask me how an extremely violent toreador has that high of a humanity.
Regret.
But
Feel regret
there
for the
is a.
violence.
I mean, depends. So at that point, like after has finished doing magic shit, there is a text on his phone that just says "You good?" ? From Sasha.
His phone is actually set to an auto response that just says "Doing magic, go away."
Yeah. Another message another message gets sent that just says "typical," with a middle finger
So,
emoji.
Doing magic, go away. It re-replies.
so,
Oh, God.
so you sort of finish up checking in on the ritual. Blade, I do feel a certain oneness, a certain harmony with this blade, as if it feels like it does 2 more dice of damage. Um, and
Yeah.
like esoterically speaking, where there's some sort of numerical system to assign.
Do I on that?
Yeah.
The way you're saying it makes me think you're ruling it is
It just
a
does it.
constant effect.
Yeah, you don't have to activate it every
the
time you
book
unsheath
got me
it.
like I have to like do a rouse check and
No.
okay, sweet.
No.
That's 2 dice. Oh yeah.
We went into this with like we've had Severu Bane Hakim over the course of several years, and we're just like, it just deals ag damage to you if someone grabs it. Guess what? You just get your 2 dice. We felt that
Yeah.
was appropriate. Because
Fair enough.
if
Fair
someone
enough,
grabs
yeah.
it, it's not like they roll a rouse check to hit you with it and deal ag damage. Like that ag,
Yeah.
so it's so you just get the 2 dice. You don't need to worry about rousing to use it.
Hell yeah.
If you learn the like discorporate spell or whatever it is to like teleport it to you, then you'd have to rouse to teleport it. But
yeah, I have that one, but that takes more time.
yeah,
So it's
it's
fine.
like a like accompanying ritual or whatever. I can't remember. What it's called.
Multiple nights
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah. So but yeah, you've started the first step in the process. So yeah, you'll just add the 2 dice to your dice pool. I believe it's 2 dice. Whatever it is, you just add it straight up to your dice pool. You know where your blade is within a mile. It's all the stuff. You don't need to rouse because people don't spend a resource to deal ag to you using it against you. So we calls it good. And I feel like you go to check your text messages at some point. And not only do you see like 20 missed calls from like various like spam bots and whatever, and texts from like like the Taco Bell app that you don't remember signing up for, and Sasha,
No, I definitely signed up for that.
Yeah. Yeah, you did. I would waste a blush of life and then later on vomit to eat some T-Bell.
Actually, and at that point, I'm like, oh shit, Dontra's about Grande half off. Let's fucking go.
That's an excellent use of blush of life.
Got to get your 4th meal on, okay?
Yeah.
I'm sad that they stopped it as their thing. Sorry, but you also noticed a text from Martin Masterson saying, "Call me."
Huh. Right.
That's the head
DoorDash is
of
some
Mirror,
Taco
right?
Bell. No,
it should be a touchstone if I was correct in my reading.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Yeah. DoorDash is Taco Bell and places to call.
About the time you finish up your ritual and check your text messages, this is when maybe Sasha has made it to the coterie haven and Ashley has stirred for the evening. And with that, everyone roll your rouse check for the night.
I rolled it already. I got a skull.
The skull is the one you get hungry.
Cool.
Succeed. Yay, second one.
I got hungrier. Send help.
So you're up 3?
You're back at 3.
I'm back at 3.
I
no,
mean,
I'm
What?
gonna get targeted again.
I'm targeted.
it's Tarsha.
Ashley stayed at the coterie house last
Mhm.
night. Mostly because she wants to make sure Sam is there. And Sam goes where she goes. And she just wanted extra security because of... Look, she won't admit it, okay? She actually likes these fuckers. So she's just making sure everybody's safe.
Just checking in. We're good for another hour of gaming, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. All right.
I mean,
Sasha enters building and parks herself on the couch. Drops
Yep.
her backpack.
Regarding Sam, Sam is there washing dishes. You have a like top of the line like capital, or maybe you don't. I don't know what you got.
We have a cook. We have
Yeah.
a maid that comes.
But Sam is like doing them by hand with his like suit jacket, like the sleeves rolled up, and then he's got that, like, in Japan when they have like the kimono, they have like the little strap that holds their sleeves back. He's kind of
Yeah.
got like one of those going on that like adds further help. They look a little bit like suspenders, but it adds further help for keeping the thing. And you'll note that Sam 3 is surprisingly svelte for his like smaller frame. And he's got the what do I call, like, the drummer forearms, like, and he's washing the dishes and wearing his glasses, and he's like,
Ashley comes down. She's taking a shower. She has there's her own personal shower, and
naturally,
yeah, and
So,
yeah, she looks
And there's, like,
coiffed
8
and
bathrooms.
everything. She comes down and she's just like, okay, everyone's awake. That's good.
Sasha's on the couch, sketching.
you'll note that Sam made a breakfast and then cleaned it up and then washed the dishes.
Did you at least eat, you moron?
Yes, I had a small helping, but it calms me, he says, and then he finishes like drying the last plate. And then
Did
setting
you
food
offer
up.
the maid any? The maid, the cook.
They've all retired for the evening,
Okay.
ma'am.
While the phone's ringing, are there any leftovers?
Yes, in the fridge. They are still a
Sweet.
little warm.
Fuck yeah. While waiting for Taco Bell, Rory jumps into the fridge.
Is your humanity high enough to like enjoy food still?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I have eaten food. Yeah. I have
Uh,
the merit.
without having to blush a life, like you can still.
Yeah.
Ashley just stares at this and she's like, God damn it.
Well,
Sasha's the same too.
to
I
most
think.
kindred,
Yeah.
food becomes literally as ash on their mouth. Like it.
Oh, that
eight-
happened. Oh,
Is 8 the threshold for that?
I think
Eight
it's 8.
I think I might just have it because I have eat food.
Well,
That might
or
be it.
eat food
I
is
took-
a thing. Any kindred can blush of life to eat, but you just have to like sort of like remove it from your system. Basically, before the end of the night, you have to.
Yeah, I have to do that too. Yeah.
There was a Giovanni who very famously would engorge himself on like spaghetti and stuff, even though this was like prior to like the blush of life rules. So there'd be buckets around him where as he's eating, he's currently regurgitating. It was nasty, and it just added to this like disgustingness of this character. But yeah, any kindred can blush of life to like pretend to eat food in a social situation.
And enjoy their booty calls.
Right.
Ashley gave that up a while ago.
Yeah, fair.
She probably gave that up within 5 years of being a kindred.
I wouldn't mind the option to eat if I felt like it, but I wouldn't want to be beholden to it. So I would take kindred lifestyle.
I think it was not her decision. So,
Oof.
yeah.
Fair.
Sasha just does whatever she wants. She's got that reputation. She just gives 0 fucks. It's great.
But yeah, Ashley's just sitting there watching Sam do random monotonous chores, and she's just like, okay, you two, what's the plan? I need to call our Nosferatu friend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm currently making a call right now, so.
To who?
A friend of mine.
Sam
Okay.
chirps in, sort of in the middle. He did leave. Or no, sorry. He did leave something. I left it upstairs.
What did he leave?
Oh, there's a bazooka on the couch up there.
What the fuck?
All right.
You know what? I'm not gonna ask. I'm
The
not gonna ask.
phone rings, and And Martin answers. He's a little frantic. Oh, awesome. Oh, dude, you called me back. Awesome. Right in time. We're about to record the podcast, and got casting call in
Marty?
about 15 minutes. But yeah. Hey, man. Hey. How's it going?
Fine. What's up?
Yeah. So I we were researching for a show coming up, and you know how we do. We You still got to come on, by the way. You got to talk about some of that, like fucking left hand, right hand path bullshit. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, man.
But no, we were doing some research. Like the standard get the ratings kind of shit. Like is your house haunted? And listicle garbage that random people are into. They love lists, and most haunted places in Chicago, and I think we stumbled upon something that's more up your alley, dude. Well, I mean, not to be, Death Alley, actually. It's like Couch Place, out behind the Nederlander Theater.
Sure, yeah.
It's supposed to be super haunted, like after the Chicago fires, this theater is built sort of around where they originated. Cow tipped over a fucking lantern or whatever, and I tell you, it was fucking demon being summoned is what caused it, really. It was fucking cow tipping over a lantern, sets the whole city on fire. Bullshit. Anyway, this movie theater, or rather, I guess at the time, is a play theater, stage theater, the real deal. They built it right around the place where that fire started, and they advertised it as being fireproof. I don't know if it was a joke or whatever, but shit you not, night of the grand opening, it fucking catches on fire. 600 people dead. They used the alley behind it as a fucking morgue, man. 600 bodies after it stopped burning. And the fucking, they fucking rebuilt the theater right on top of that shit. It's still there today. You can still go fucking watch the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie there. There's some shit. But it's still there. And anyway, we were researching to see if this was legit. And I figured we needed more of a real, paranormal guy, someone of your caliber to go look into it. Because, fucking people been disappearing, man. And some people talking about like some sort of static or scribbly or something pulling people right through the screen. Something fucked up, dude.
Like fucking poltergeist?
Yeah, fucking shit you not, like fucking poltergeist. Some sort of like tall, I don't know, some sort of like fucking tall man, thin man, the fucking shit that came out of Wisconsin. What, Wauwatosa, Waukesha, one of those fucking places.
Fuck's sake. All right.
Slender Man, right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's like a full-blown creepypasta in our fucking backyard, dude.
Sure, yeah. Email me the deets and I'll see if I can take a look.
Awesome. And you hear as like producer. Yo, Marty, we're fucking going live, bro. Just like in the background.
All right, Marty, I better let you go before he fucking stabs you again.
Yeah. And like click, you hear like Marty just awful.
Huh.
What
Weird.
the fuck was that?
Oh, it's my buddy Marty. Had a hot tip, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what the what happens when I get the email. But more people disappearing near the old theater the theater that burned down and then got re-theatered.
Yeah.
When did that shit? When was the Chicago fire?
Like
what year was that?
18. Yeah.
I was not alive. Ashley was not alive.
And legit, over 17,000 structures burned down or caught on fire. 3.3 squared miles, which is that's huge, by the way. My whole city I live in is 13 squared miles, so that's a good chunk of it, right? 55,000 population, I mean, that's a good chunk, and the actual excuse they gave is a like a cow tipped over a lantern, and that's what started the whole thing.
I remember that detail.
So
yeah.
that's the legitimate
Yeah.
our reality explanation for how it happened. I'm sure the World of Darkness has something else it has to say, and the Nederlander Theater is a real theater with real like myths about being haunted. What Martin told you, minus the embellishment of his affectation, is legit. You could look this up on Wikipedia or whatever. It is believed to be haunted. They did build it around the spot where that bovine began the Chicago fires, and they did advertise it as being fireproof. And the opening night, it did catch on fire with 600 people dying. To this day in Chicago, the alley around back is called Death Alley. It's also now known as like Couch Place. Because people hear like whispers and screams in the alleyway, like when it's dead of night or whatever, and apparitions have been seen inside the theater as well as around the alleys. Which the email that you receive on your phone will say as much. It'll mention that sort of in detail. It'll mention the apparition scene, but it'll also mention the Static Man. Some figure, not in with that nomenclature, but a figure sort of that looks like a tall, weird mortician with his eyes scratched out, like in a photograph.
Babadook.
Yeah, like a Babadook or Slender Man or whatever.
Didn't we?
What's up?
There was a similar description, picture in the journal we found. I think this can.
I mean,
This might
totally
actually be
possible.
connected. Like,
I mean, I've only heard the stories about this guy because, growing up in Chicago.
yeah, but after finding that journal last night and then getting this, I think there's a connection there.
Yeah.
Who's up for the theater, I suppose? After my talk gets here.
Let me call the guy from last night, Wretch, and
Yeah.
leave a message to try to call us back.
You also had D. Wayne looking into something for you regarding the real estate mogul, Anders John. Do you recall what you had him looking into? Because he might be getting back to you.
His whole portfolio, and then like anything that was like off the books.
Yeah, and any specific connections on or off books about all the other properties that have been hit by this weird occult wave.
Mm-hmm.
So you receive a email with essentially a list of all of Anders's properties, and in particular the off the books properties. Two of them of note. You'll notice you should recognize the other name from like kind of the first night, the Overlook Tavern. You'll also note that this theater is on that list.
Interesting. Okay.
The email is naturally signed D. Wayne out. So you got a comprehensive list, and I can get you in the in-between time. I'll get you like a list of some names and stuff like that. That'll show up in the our Discord.
Yeah, I don't understand why he would own. I feel like some of these are haunted. Maybe
there is about as a Chicago native, or someone who grew up in Chicago anyway. Like 10 of these names are haunted hotspots. You happen to know that a few of them are legitimately not haunted. They're like grifts, or like it's like an actual like haunted house that's been set up to be like a Halloween bar or whatever for people. There's one that claims to be like. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
There's one that like claims to be like Al Capone's favorite bar, and and people died here, blah blah blah. Like there are things like that like are sort of like tourist traps on this list of like 10 haunted hotspots. But it is like you got about 20 properties. And and Anders has either brokered the trade of or personally owns these 10 properties, right? And all of them are amongst the 10 most haunted places in Chicago. 5 of them known grifter spots, but 5 of them question marks, and 2 of them being the Overlook Tavern and this theater. And then sort of like bonus 11th would have been the gallery, which was just kind of like a retrofitted, industrial building.
Yeah.
Old warehouse or whatever.
Would I have gotten willpower back from?
Yeah, from sleeping. We'll just say you're recovered to full. For everyone's fully recovered to willpower. The only thing that kind of carries your damage as well, unless it's aggravated, has recovered as well.
Sweet.
And
did I?
Go ahead.
Do I take the damage from feeding the previous night? The special clan bane or the alternate clan bane? I do take that, right? Like, or were you? Sorry, did I send you an updated version of my sheet? I'm pretty sure I have.
You may
that
have,
on
but
there.
I might not have read it. I'm sorry. What's your updated clan?
No, it's okay. What is it called? Agonizing Empathy from the Player's Guide.
Okay. I think you did mention it. What is it? A willpower
Yeah.
damage?
Willpower damage? That is a good question. I think it's just regular physical damage. Let me double check. It is.
I'm gonna go ahead.
It's physical damage.
We'll say that one track of damage, like a single track, will have carried over, but otherwise your willpower and damage has all healed. You'll need like another full night of not feeding, in such a manner to recover that. Otherwise, it'll kind of keep rolling.
We might be talking to like regular people, so I'm gonna activate my blush.
What do you mean we're gonna talk to regular people?
I don't know. We might be talking to normal fucking people.
Like, okay.
That is, I get hungrier. I get 2 dice to try that and take the better, and I fucked it up real good.
Oh,
All right.
no.
Yeah,
So you're at 4 hunger?
I'm at 2.
2? Okay.
Because we bagged it up last night.
Hey Ash.
Yeah.
You got the extra bags set aside for me?
Always.
Okay, I'm gonna grab as many as there are available there to help out.
There's quite a few. I feel like we have like our own little like deep freeze or in a way.
With our resources pooled between us, probably.
Yeah. Like we have a contact in the hospital, but it is stupid to step foot on the hospital property. So they come to us. And that person
Not
is
that I don't do it all the time.
Yeah.
But
that person is the blood bank in the hospital. So
and can we bag to 0?
No, I don't think you can bag to 0.
You can't bag to 0.
You can bag to 1.
You can bag to 1, and if you have a certain blood potency, you can't even get to 0 unless you kill the person. Most Anne-Soleil, if you are trying to go the humane route, you have to you're always hungry by at least 1 dot with the irregular Ancilla.
Okay, well I'm gonna bag to 1, I guess, and then
yeah, I'm also.
And not everyone can bag per se. So.
Yeah. Ashley is going to put in a call to the payphone number or whatever the number was that the guy gave me. Rich gave me, and just be like, hello.
You hear a voice I can only describe as the very awesome secretary in the Ghostbusters movies pick up.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
How are you?
Oh, how are you? Like a little bit more Chicagoan than like New Yorkian.
New York.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm trying to get a hold of Rich W.
She answers it like like Midnight House of Horrors, Chicagoland Dia's premier horror themed escape room. How can I help you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a message to Rich W.
What's your message?
What did you find? Get to the house before we leave.
And who is this from? Who should I say sent the message?
Tell him that the fancy lady sent the message.
Oh, fancy lady. All right, I'll let him know.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
And then the next call
All right.
is... She's gonna fucking hate this. The next call is to William.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to say that my Taco Bell has arrived, and I'm going to eat Taco Bell and watch this disaster.
I'm kind of glad that he's in the room though. She's gonna just like look at you and be like, "Didn't you just Taco
So you're
Bell?
calling William Bradley III.
William Bradley the Third.
The new old
Sasha-
blood is the alias I gave him.
Yeah.
Sasha is quiet. Sasha has turned a page in her sketchbook and is starting a new sketch. And she's watching Ashley do this as well.
Pained. Ashley's going to put it on speakerphone too.
Oh boy.
All right. It rings precisely 2 times before William answers. Hello, Sasha. Been a while.
Not Sasha.
Or sorry. Hello.
Ashley.
Hello, Ashley. It's been a while.
Yeah.
How's this evening finding you? Our young evening finding you?
It's finding me quite well, William.
Good. And you know that like he's had different accents over the years, so this is maybe him trying to do
Be more American.
American, like you can hear the sort of like
The British
they
twang.
kind of choke it in there, yeah, and the British twang in there.
So
Go ahead.
something interesting happened several things interesting happened last night. I'm sure you heard about one of them.
Of course I have.
Yeah. We need to set up a discretionary fund to pay Annabelle for that place. Second, it seems that somebody who we thought was dead is not so dead.
I'm afraid in our business that's not too uncommon.
Yeah,
Wait
he
a
was-
minute. Am I on speakerphone?
Yes, you're on speakerphone, of course. I need witnesses with you.
You wound me. You wound me, dear Ashley.
Anyways.
Okay.
It seems that Robert didn't die in Italy.
Robert. So I no doubt you're sitting there with you is that
Be kind, William.
rambunctious young lady, Annabelle's pet, and of course that well-read individual.
That's probably the kindest words that I've ever heard you say about them.
Yes,
So,
the knight's duelist.
nonetheless, it seems that our friend Robert is not exactly on the other side with Nod. which makes me wonder how many people might have not died in Italy.
I feel like you're asking about someone in particular.
Well, probably the old head of the Tremere.
Well, not quite. He wasn't
Oh,
that
no, I'm
high
not
up.
talking about him. I'm talking about the kid.
I'm
Oh
afraid.
yeah, no, he was there with that fucker. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm afraid some information is even above my rather considerable pay grade.
Mhm.
I feel like you had a question in there amongst all this.
Did you
It,
know?
did I know? Did I know what? Uh, that you're still running with the, the likes of your chosen company, or that?
Excuse me. It was not chosen. You chose it for me. And 2, did you know that Robert was still alive?
I may
Don't
have.
avoid the question with another question, William.
Oh, it's ever the art form, isn't it? Our spats, our conversations. It's one of the things I miss about you.
Don't make me fucking vomit, William.
Oh no, that wouldn't do. Now would it for such a lady of your background? Would it?
Nonetheless, did you know?
I mean, what would your father say?
William,
Yes, I knew Robert was still alive.
for how long?
Oh, do these nights do blur together,
Skip
do they
the
not?
pros, William. How long did you know?
I mean, I wasn't named after the bard on mere coincidence. You must forgive me
Fuck's
my
sake, you
frivolities. How long? Perhaps a year.
a year ago or a year after he died, supposedly.
A year ago. Or so. Go ahead
So
and
that
roll
means
a. I'll give you a bonus seeing
uh-huh.
through your own sire's bullshit. Um, but you can go ahead and roll a manipulation because it would be kind of like a subterfuge back and forth,
Yeah.
intelligence or wits, and either subterfuge because again it's like a sort of verbal joust back and forth,
Mhm.
forth or insight. So your choice of
They're about the
manipulation.
same.
Yeah, okay.
And then
Uh,
you said an extra dice because
yes,
he's my
because
sire.
you've. It's not that he's your sire; it's that you have a particular relationship with your sire,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
and seeing through his bullshit has become really a specialty of yours.
1, 2, 3. And then just one of the dice with 2 dots is just one, correct?
Yeah, so it's just one. Yeah, if you
So
get two, it
1,
becomes
2,
four.
3. 4 out of 6.
Then. Okay. Hang on. Unfurl
Perfect
this.
5 out of 7.
Yeah. William, cut the bullshit.
So you will note that, I mean, he never he never speaks plain. That is not William's game. He is
No.
never one to really give anything directly. So that when you made the call, you didn't expect that whatsoever. And maybe even or especially with you, he tends to sort of beat around the bush and only speak in like half truths. But regarding how long he's known, he's being particularly evasive.
Cut the
The
bullshit, William.
What's it worth to you to know? What's it
Well,
matter?
what's it fucking matter? Besides all the bullshit that I've heard about this guy? If he's going to come onto my fucking property and leave little trinkets,
Oh, he left you a love letter, did he?
not
I
me,
I certainly didn't know about that.
I'm particularly going to take a lot of offense if you don't talk to me plainly, William. I
Oh, but
get
then
it. I get it. You love your prose and your bullshit and laying it on thick. That's how you got my dad to do whatever he wanted for you.
oh,
But I am not my
that was easy.
father. Well, yeah, he was human. What'd you expect? Nonetheless, I am not my father. I know a bullshitter when I can sniff a bullshitter. How long has he been in town? What is he planning?
And what's this knowledge worth to you, my dear? Is it worth a dinner?
You can
I'm
have
just
the
gonna write
beach.
a note. Offer him Taco Bell.
Huh.
You can have the beach house in Nantucket.
Oh, I don't need another beach house.
But you loved that beach house.
I bought one a few acres to the south. It's fine.
Of course you did. She's gonna look very pointedly at Rory.
You know, this information would be of no consequence to you if you didn't. Well, if you chose better company.
I again didn't
Whip off her
choose.
phone.
You literally chose this for me.
No.
You told the prince to put me with these two.
I may have suggested a particular archetype to place you with. You stayed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go against the prince's wishes? Are you
Hmm.
fucking insane? He might be younger than me, but he is particularly someone I don't want to piss off.
And that has always been your problem, has it not been, my dear, dear Ashley?
What?
It's
Being strategic?
so much easier for you to go with the grain, isn't it? You may protest along the way, but we both know what you are.
Fine. You get the dinner. That's it. I want the information by midnight.
I will be sure my best courier finds you.
You know where the house is.
So I'm thinking maybe
Click.
duck confit.
Click. 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 Before he even gets duck confit out. Click.
Call back to the duck show, by the way.
Yeah.
Sasha is holding two halves of a pencil in her hand.
Yeah. Rory's just pouring ghost pepper sauce on a burrito. So, my sword is like fancy and magic now. We could kill him. I don't mind.
It's very complicated. There's a lot of things enveloped with that. Nonetheless, she's gonna look at him. She's gonna look at Rory. You fucking owe me. You know how much I fucking hate that man.
You want
But he
some
is
duck
the
confit flavored blood?
I'm going to fucking end you. I fucking hate duck confit. Honestly, it was the most pretentious thing that he could fucking come up with on the menus every time we hosted a governor or a senator or some bank man. Duck confit.
I don't even know what it is. I assume there's duck involved.
Yes, it's duck fat.
Maybe some feet. I don't know.
No feet. It's literally rendered duck fat, and you put it all over food, and it's God.
Because if you say it fast enough, it just sounds like duck on feet.
Yes, honestly, I would rather have 8 duck feet than some of the menus he loves to put together for his special parties. Honestly, I wonder why he ran out. I wonder why.
Watching people eat stupid shit, is that like his kink?
Among other things.
Sasha has stopped paying attention and is back to drawing in her sketchbook.
Among other things.
This is the kind of guy who did the business meeting with the sushi on a model thing.
Oh yeah.
Like he.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No. Ashley definitely remembers the first time
like the
he
80s
suggested
cocaine. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Ashley was.
Somebody ate the sushi, then he ate the model. Yeah.
Yeah, he the first time he suggested it, Ashley just looked at him and was like, "Really?"
Yeah, and he would have talked about like this other person who had done it, and he's gonna do it even better. You know, like you could just and like it's the sort of thing like by the time you hear about a fad, it's already too late. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the problem is Ashley had to at that point because it was in the 80s. Ashley had to order the model in the sushi and have it set up because she was
picky about the model too, right?
Yeah.
Like you can just
no. He had a model call. So yeah.
Sasha clears her throat as she's pulling out another pencil because she broke the first one from her backpack.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Sasha.
As soon as William was like talking shit about Rory, she snapped her pencil, and now she's retrieving a new one. And she just says, "So what's the plan for tonight?"
Well, we can either go to a theater or we can go to the bar. What do we feel? You want to take in a show or you want to get a drink? Those are our big 2 points of interest.
Well, it would have to be after midnight because so I would rather go deal with Ghost again or whatever the fuck we dealt with yesterday.
Can't punch those
Is he not
things.
just going to call you when he has the information? We can be out somewhere. He can call you wherever we are.
No, he'll send it here. And I'd rather be here whenever it gets here.
Goddamn old ass stupid vampires can't be bothered to fucking use convenience.
If it's the same courier, trust me, it's some dumb new vampire that he made in the last couple years.
Off-brand you? Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh, trust me. They've all been off-brand me at one point. Nonetheless, you owe me.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, no. It's not sure, yeah. It's you owe me. But hopefully we hear back from our little Heidi friend. And, yeah.
You're prickly, but I always got your back. You know that.
Oh, thanks. I'm not liking the fact that he's been here for over a year.
Or at least William has known that Robert's been alive that long.
Yeah. He's probably known he's been alive since the explosion, honestly, knowing William.
Chicago that whole time, but I don't know. There's a whole lot we don't know, and yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now. I get the opportunity. Robert's in front of me. I'm going to murder him with impunity and great relish, and maybe some actual relish if I remember to bring some.
Just don't dealberize him. We don't need that in front of the prince.
No, of course not.
Though it would be fucking hilarious. We do not need
I
that
don't-
heat.
I don't want that in me.
She's just gonna look at him like real quick and be like, okay.
All right, so we're taking off tonight.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, pretty
Going
much.
out.
So, yeah, taking the night off. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we can take the night off, and then tomorrow night we
Wait.
can
So
hit
we'll
up
wait
the.
until midnight. Night's gonna be half over at that point.
Okay. If we're not going out tonight,
Ooh.
if we're not going out tonight, Sasha lets her voice trail off. She doesn't actually complete her sentence. She tries to get it out a couple of times, but then she just eventually she says, "I'm gonna go upstairs if we're not going out tonight."
So
That's-
if you're waiting for a message at midnight, I mean, it's
I'm waiting on 2 messages technically, so
still it's like 7, 8-ish.
Yeah.
You have plenty of time before midnight to go and do like, pardon me, an investigation or whatever. And
Sasha,
then be back by midnight. Just to interject.
Yeah, traffic should be pretty
Yeah.
light. It's night. Yeah.
Again, I'm not
I
concerned
guess.
with like time.
yeah, we can go
aspects.
to. Let's
Yeah.
let's go find some ghosts.
Okay.
Sasha's
Again,
not a fan of those. She can't punch them.
do we want theater ghosts or drunk ghosts?
Mm. The bar is open to the public, right?
Currently closed for a remodel.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah.
Let's go to the bar.
Yeah, it was after all of his talking about how he's named after the barn. I'm not really feeling the theater mood. So
So
I
Sasha is
imagine you're.
Sasha's gonna go pack. She's going to bring the twins and leave Apollo in storage tonight.
Do you want
she's
to
gonna
bring
pack some
Exit Strategy
ammunition.
Mark II?
Wait. So the
No.
twins, weren't they?
No.
Wasn't it like Apollo and Athena were the twins? And then,
Yeah, I call them the twins. There's 2 of them. Okay, that's
Yeah, Apollo and
Sasha-
Athena, and then the original shotgun was called something else.
Toby?
Tobias.
Toby.
Tobias.
yeah, Tobias. Yeah. So you're taking
Not
the
Toby,
twins and leaving
Tobias.
Toby at home? Is that?
Tobias.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
you're taking
Tobias.
one of the twins and okay.
No,
This is
I'm
important.
taking
This
the
is important.
twins.
Okay.
No,
Very
I am
important.
taking the twins out tonight.
And exit strategy part do and it's spelled
No, that thing is
DEUX.
staying at home. That thing is staying at home.
All right.
For the
By
love
the way,
of all
thanks
things
again,
holy.
Charles.
Thanks, Charles.
He's fed like 6 great writers with the amount he's donated.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna grab Sonya and we can go.
I'm assuming Sonya is your sword.
Yeah, Sonya Blade.
Blah.
Aw.
Pun XP. Let's go. 1 pun XP for the evening, everybody. It
I'm
wasn't
assuming
that it was
Sam
named
has been
Sonya Blade.
sca-
It was the I fell right into the trap. Of, like,
Yeah.
It was
You didn't
like the
God damn it.
got him, moment. I recognized that I got and
Real
recognized
recognize
names,
real.
and
You didn't even gracefully fall in. You literally jumped into the hole.
Oh yeah, no, it's the sort of thing. Yeah, I would have set up a terrible. Yeah, I was hitting my partner with like cheesy pickup lines yesterday. Because I had to drop off my kids at the YMCA whilst I was at work. I did whatever. We won't go into that. And I'm like, hey, did it hurt? Right after I dropped off the kids, and she's like, what? When you fell from heaven? And she's like, I hate you.
Jeez.
And so now I know what that feels like. All right.
Ashley's just gonna look up at Sam and be like, "Go get the car ready." Thanks.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is there anything Sasha would know about how the system works, how kindred politics works in terms of like the Tremere and stuff, like just baseline knowledge that she would know about how things work?
Honestly, unless you want to like the neonate effect, where you're sort of the audience insert of learning as we go. If
Well,
you've been
I
Kindred...
want to, as a player, would like to learn more.
Okay, yeah.
stuff.
So the neonate insert thing, yeah. Okay.
Sure.
So if you want to roll, I can give you some info, or I can kind of give you a little bit of a rundown.
And like a lot of this, Rory probably would have just talked your ear off at some point.
Yeah, so Tremere
Complaining
Tremere have been a like have had a really weird relationship with the Camarilla since they joined the ranks of Kindred, quite frankly. Prior to like the Second Inquisition and the invention of the Masquerade, they were always like weirdos, viewed as like weirdos, right? Like because they were essentially mortals who wanted to become vampires, and they found a way to do that without the direct embrace, which was always like a what the F, because they Clan Zamisi has their own perspective on this, by the way. But basically, like they've had a weird relationship because they're at once outsiders, even within the Camarilla, but also like super essential to everything the Camarilla is about. They give them an edge in a bunch of ways. So for a while, it's been a little bit of a marriage of convenience. But since the fall of the pyramid, the relationship has gotten even more complicated. Because before, when you had a treaty with a Tremere, you know that you had the line. And now Tremere have crazy independent thought and stuff. And so your regent doesn't have like, if you had the Tremere in your city before, you had all the Tremere, right? And now you don't, because they don't have like this mass blood bond going on within their whole clan anymore. Yeah. And so so it was cool for the Camarilla who want like a bunch of control and stuff when you have like a Tremere regent, and then his regent essentially has some form of direct control over the bulk of his his clan in that city, and now they don't have that anymore. But you still need that Tremere power and connection. So, anything to add or interject that from the Rory perspective?
Just that he hated it. I think
did not like. I'm just wondering.
Go ahead.
If I had I would. Go ahead. Sorry.
To be present in your life, but not actually be present in your life, was torture.
Well,
constant walking torture.
A blood bond is like being an addict. It is you have some agency, but your addiction at some point, like at some point, like you're no longer talking to the person, you're talking to the addiction. At some point, you're no longer yourself, you're your addiction. It like you're there, but there are these moments where you're like essentially like you're just watching. You're a passenger in your own life, and that's what being a Tremere for a very long time was like. Is because the blood bond is an addiction. It is it's heroin. It is it is bad. It's meth. It's when you're chasing, when you're bonded, when you're just not in control. You're there, but you're not in control. And that's what a lot of Tremir's lives were like prior to the fall of the pyramid. So
Okay, so then can I kind of infer the sense that this is what Rory, this is like the root of Rory's whole emotional state? He is afraid that it's going to go back to that. Is that
think
what
so.
I'm?
I think so.
Uh,
I think
yeah,
Certainly
like
part of
he,
it.
he,
Yeah.
he doesn't want to lose his
they don't have a mass
agency.
clan blood bond anymore, but his sire could still try to impose his will all over again, right? So even if it's not a big clan-wide thing, this
It's still
Murdoch
bad.
showing up can still, yeah, right. Like, and in
It
terms
could
of
still
Rory's perspective, it's Rory can still lose himself, and this is terrifying, right?
Mm.
So, I hope that answers it. So let's take a real quick.
That's all.
Well, how much more do you got in you? Do we want to get to the next scene and call it, or we want to
How
call
much
it?
you-
Oh, I got some time, but that's because it's lunchtime. I can take a later lunch.
It's like just barely not quite 9 for me. I'm fine.
Oh yeah, you're Pacific.
Yeah.
I thought you were the other side
Nope.
of the country.
West Coast, best coast.
I mean, it does rhyme, so I can't disagree.
All right. Let's go
Shelly, how are you doing?
punch some ghosts.
Good. Okay, so let's take a quick
Can I
break, and then I'm good to game for another half hour to hour if y'all are.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go punch a ghost.
All right.
Punch
cool.
ghosts.
Y'all are not prepared. Like, I wasn't expecting the outlook, but I had the notes on it for the first adventure because I thought you might go there instead of the gallery. So, like, I am double prepared tonight, but I don't think you're prepared.
Woo!
All right, check in.
That's
We'll be
probably
right back.
right.
right. It's all right. We are, and we.
Why Michael would do that. I've known him for like a year.
Is
I
it-
know exactly why
'Cause it's
Michael would do that.
good. And I want to murder it.
Drama.
Yeah.
Same reason my friend Sam took Dark Fate with his first ever vampire character. The first ever character I ran in a game is because it would have made a sweet punctuation mark to the story, which it did. And that's relevant in a weird way because all my games take place in a similar metaverse. Doesn't mean the same like game, but like they all
No.
share like a
No.
a multiverse.
The, sh- the shit Michael does, nothing surprises me anymore.
Perfect.
After
So
what happened
speaking
on
of-
my birthday,
So
I
speaking
I'm
of
just like,
so speaking of no surprises, share the VOD in the down there part or over there in the links.
Oh, I didn't realize we were live. I'm just staring out in space.
I saw the thumbs and I'm like, oh, they're ready to go live. Boom.
Y'all just kept talking, so I thought we were off.
I was paying attention.
Anyway.
I love
over
to
here
cut,
vamping.
after people give me the thumbs up, I wait for a hilarious moment to cut in, and then I do. So people pick up the half of a conversation that sounded really interesting, and then I get my cold open sometimes that way. Not that I've been editing my videos lately.
These people are cool. We should watch them more.
Yeah. Look at how much interesting stuff is happening behind the scenes. All right.
Yeah.
So y'all have decided to head
Go
on
after
over.
some ghosts.
Yep. Go ghost haunting. And you're maybe piling into a tier vehicle. You know, Sam 3 has finished the dishes and is heading to go pull it around, and there is a knock at the front door. Like there might be a doorbell or just like dook dook dook, you know, pretty standard. It's not an Uber Eats this time.
Ashley will just go to the door
And
look through the peephole first.
there is nothing and no one through the peephole. Yet there comes a second knock.
It's fucking rich. Opens the door, gets out of the way. Come on.
And then like you hear that like wafting air noise, and then just like between your blinks once more, Wretch is in your sort of vestibule.
Hi.
Cinnamon twist.
No.
Ooh,
I
love
don't.
him. And he like plucks it with his like two protruding, like nails from his gnarled fingers that look like tree branches.
So,
Huh.
what you got?
Cinnamony. I like how it's like spicy but delicious. And Big Red Gum tastes nothing like cinnamon twist. I have no idea why they say that. Is it cinnamon gum?
Oh, you fucking understand me. See, now we're friends. You understand. That's just not what
Okay.
cinnamon tastes like.
Anyways, what did you
Sorry, Ashley.
find out? No, it's fine. I don't see the appeal of food anymore, but I mean, to each their own.
You're not unliving then.
This fucking guy. See, this is why I like Nosferatu. Fucking hilarious.
Look, when you
Wretch. We're on
Yeah.
the time crunch.
Oh, my mistake, Miss Dame. So, I had a trail, as you understand.
Mhm.
Followed it, and I'm just going to say you have a gangrel problem.
In Tremere territory?
I'm just going to say you have a gangrel problem.
I mean, I don't have problems with gangrel.
Your
Wait,
messenger.
what? Hold on. I had a night. What was he doing for you last night?
Oh, he did a lap around the house. He found some footprints. I told him to track them.
To be specific, I said I found a trail.
A trail of footprints.
A trail of prints.
You said footprints.
Many feet, it turned out. It started as
Like
said,
paws? Like
like dog or wolf or
Yeah.
What
right?
So, the person who delivered the package, and by package I mean very explicitly that card,
Yeah.
they were a gangrel.
Do you know who?
Gangrel who consort with obvious Tremere are a very exclusive list. I can find out.
That would be great.
It was one night. Okay.
No, it was
No, no.
barely a night. It was like 2 hours.
You did. You
You
did
did
great.
great.
Thank you.
You did great. I just add a list of gangrel related to Tremere to the tab.
That is city gangrel, to be precise.
Yeah, urban gangrel are not to be fucked with because they are kind of
I mean, they're fucking wackadoo, as wackadoo is a
Yeah.
Malkavian. More so, at least the Malkavian like makes sense in some cosmic
they're like
sense.
more rabid.
They think that humanity and the city is the next evolution of nature in like a weird way, and it just doesn't vibe with our whole thing. Like skyscrapers and the human apocalypse are very real to these guys.
Yeah.
You know, like we got Gehenna and shit to worry about. We don't need to worry about Gehenna and fucking Duck Bro Doomsday Preppers.
Duck Bro Doomsday.
So where did you track them to?
There's a show that used to exist, Duck Dudes or something like that.
Do not recommend.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know those beards were totally fake. Yes. Yeah.
Focus.
Uh-huh.
Where did you track them to?
The urban jungle, as it were. No, there was a park down the ways from here, a few blocks to the southeast. Pretty wretched thing, run over, not well maintained. And then that's where I got the distinct sense: one, I was unwelcome, and two, gangrel. It was outside the Tremere zone, but only barely. A good kind of meet and greet place were I to be trading, favors or boons between clans.
Cool.
Okay. Thinking back over the haze of my blood bond life, did Robert often work with gangrel or a particular gangrel?
He had a avenue of gangrel he cared for, or not cared for, that amused him. The urban gangrel, maybe they didn't have a terminology, a couple decades ago, but yeah, that's kind of consistent because he liked oddities, right? In a sense, and
Yeah.
he used gangrel rather frequently regarding some things he might do with lupine and changelings. So he's known to associate with gangrel. That's consistent. Specifics, nothing off the top of your head. Well, hang on, maybe.
Do I know anything about the upper ranks of the gangrel clan in town?
One moment.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a second. Cole. The name Cole sticks out to you. A gangrel named Cole. You were in a blood bonded haze, but there was a gangrel named Cole. You don't know if it was someone in particularly he disliked or someone he used, but you remember some impassioned, speeches about that fucking Cole didn't deliver, or that fucking Cole, fucking things up against something along those lines. But coming up a few times, even endearingly.
All right. Wretch, keep your ear open for the name Cole. I have hazy bullshit memories, but that's a good starting place, I think.
I mean, it is Chicago. You know, Nat King Cole and all that.
Yeah, but like a gangrel named Cole, you know.
Right, right. I'll keep my voluptuous ears to the ground.
And then your question, Ashley.
Would I know anything about the upper ranks of the gangrel in
The Gangrel finally did what they were gonna do, and they defected finally from the Camarilla.
So when was that?
Recent.
Like
Like
within the past 5 years or
I
so?
mean, so everything's kind of a nebulous timeline
Mhm.
for V5 in a sense. It was post World of or post Week of Nightmares, and then like when do you want it for your story? In our terms, within the last decade. In fact, pertinently to the plot,
Near the
the
time of the explosion of the Chantry.
after it was like
After.
kind of like after the Chantry exploded, and then it was like slowly little things began to unravel with the Camarilla's control. Then Shreknet went down. Then the Gangrel defected. So you know, it wasn't like
Yeah.
all at once. So the Gangrel defected. I wouldn't say defected, but they just kind of found themselves on the outs with the Camarilla, or just like jaded with the Camarilla. And there are still Gangrel within the Camarilla, but as a
They're just
clan, they
individuals.
what was that?
They're just individuals instead
I
of a
mean,
clan.
yeah, there's like there might be clan representation, but as a clan, they are not a Camarilla clan anymore. Like you have, you know, like you have like it's considered what's it called? Not antediluvian. It's anti-tribute.
Anar?
Anti-tribute if you're like a Gangrel who's not, you know, like that's not there anymore. The Gangrel aren't a Camarilla clan anymore. They don't like they're as a clan they don't swear fealty to the Camarilla. They're just it's more like some Gangrel are still Camarilla, and broadly they just kind of gave the double guns to the secret war, as it were.
Yeah.
They just got over it, which is kind of poignant to the Endless Elegy meta plot, because the Prince of Milwaukee until recently, and we're talking in the last year within this game's timeline and your colloquial understanding, was Prince Mark Decker, a Gangrel, hell-bent on proving that the Gangrel still had the juice to be Camarilla and could run a city really well, was fucking murked, and now Sombra is the Prince of Milwaukee. Still Camarilla. And that's like a weird turnabout, because the Lasombra joining the Camarilla is also a new twist.
Yeah.
They have their
Yeah.
like Primus Noct like treaty. Like they have a like in order to become like Camarilla, you have to like as a Lasombra, you have to kill a Cainite or a sort of Cain, a Sabat Lasombra, and then you get to be Camarilla and stuff. That is to say, Ashley's understanding is that the Gangrel aren't like there are still Gangrel who are Camarilla in Chicago.
Yeah, they're like bodyguards, and like some of them have like some sort of power, but they're mostly
there's
like
even
muscle.
like maybe a Gangrel. There's like a Gangrel Primogen still loosely, you know, but they're losing power, and they've kind of
They're basically on the outs, and Prince Jackson is looking for a way to get them
right.
out completely.
Meanwhile, the Lasombra are on their way in. You can't understand that the Gangrel are on their way out without also understanding that the Lasombra are the way in. Because I don't want to say like they happened at the exact same time, but again, you know, Shreknet went down. All these things sort of unraveled.
Kind of. It's
dominoes.
too much of a coincidence. That
yeah. I mean, it's if you're a particularly kindred-minded individual, you might think that it's a little suspicious. Or at least a little entwined. Not that you're like, this is causal, like, yada, 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 but there are some common denominators there worth exploring. Were one driven enough.
Hey, Rutch.
Yes.
Have you heard of any of the people who died in Italy like a decade ago?
Oh,
Their
yeah,
names about
oh yeah, during the fucking
the
sa-
Chantry explosion.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was super gnarly.
Yeah.
I heard some mages helped to actually team up in that shit. Hope I never fucking run into a mage.
Have you heard of any of the names that were about during that time coming back into town?
I mean, a lot of refugees, as it were, right? Weren't you from there?
He points at Rory.
From Vienna? No.
Weren't you
But
supposed to go, or
Not Vienna. I don't. Venice?
my
Is it
sire-
Venice or Vienna?
my
I don't
sire-
remember.
oh
Vienna.
yeah, your sire went to Vienna. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe
He
that
went,
dude
he
came
went
there.
with our leader, that ridiculous child.
Yeah, that fucking weirdo. Yeah, I don't. Honestly, and no offense, new best friend. I try not to
So
keep up.
Tremere
With,
fucking suck.
I
Yeah.
try not to keep up with Tremere stuff. That shit makes my eyes go more milk white than they already are and roll into the back of my skull.
Fair enough.
It was Vienna.
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
Vienna. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
the
I was
Prime
right the
Chantry.
first time.
Yeah, their
God
main
damn.
chantry got fucking turbo nuked.
Yeah. Why did I think it was Italy? I was like, Italy?
Is
No,
it
it was Austria.
Yeah.
Vienna,
Yeah.
Austria. If
We knew what you
you
meant.
it was Nikolai, right?
Mhm.
She's like pointing. She's like looking at Rory. It was Nikolai, right? The kid.
Oh, Rory would definitely know that. Is that the name?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
you
that fucking
hear-
piece of shit.
If you hear anything about Nikolai,
God, I hope he's not alive.
let me know.
I will keep an eye out.
Trust
here.
me, that kid is fucking bad news. If
Okay,
he's back, there's going to be fucking blood in the streets, and I am not here for it, especially since we're in the territory of where it would happen.
My understanding is you have a treaty with the regent here. I mean, that's the word on
sure.
the street.
It was more like Prince Jackson laid the law down and said she had this house before. You can't do anything about
Yeah,
it.
some sort of eminent domain or whatever.
Yeah.
No, I get it. He's simultaneously old school and really progressive. I'm a big fan of PKJ in weird ways.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not all about the
old.
Silver Tower in general. Don't get me wrong. Hand that feeds and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
trust
think
me.
if I hadn't been moving in, the Tremere in the neighborhood wouldn't have kicked up such a stink.
Yeah.
But I think that was probably at least half the prince's reasoning for making sure we got to keep this place. Rub it in their noses.
They've been trying to buy it off me for decades.
I
was never going to give it up. I mean, it's Frank Lloyd Wright. Come on.
I am certain PKJ is. I've seen a few princes come and go in my day, and he's one of the smarter ones, and that is a terrifying thought. He's still connected.
Why?
Well, most princes are too busy playing a game from years before. They lose sight of the now. PKJ hasn't, he hasn't buried the lead on any of that shit.
I mean, he's still young.
He's playing chess when all these motherfuckers are playing checkers whittled from weed grass. I don't pretend to know what's going on inside of his head, but he has a lot more powerful kindred than him in his grip. You don't get a couple elders going to fisticuffs for you without some serious dirt.
I mean,
That's a total flip of the script for the Silver Tower.
come on. He's a Ventru.
You know how many Venture have tried that shit and ended
You
up
gotta get
dust? I mean, right now there's a whole political coup. I don't know if you know about this.
And he looks pointedly at Sasha as well.
But the Toreador are convinced they can run the tower better than the Venture can. And that
They've
the
been
grip,
saying that for decades. They've been saying that since the 60s.
and the Venture's grip has actually been slipping recently enough to give some weight to what Toreador is saying. PKJ is the only one whose grip hasn't slipped, it's tightened.
Well, I mean, who's the primogen of the Venture right now? He's a fucking moron.
Case in point, that William guy. You know he talks with a fake fucking American accent? What a
Yeah,
fucking tool.
he's a fucking Brit.
That's
I know
almost
that.
That's almost as bad as that fucking actor man, Edward Scissorhands, speaking with a fake British accent.
Oh, I was gonna
Johnny
say, yeah.
Depardieu, right?
Oh, Johnny Depp. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever, Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah.
I don't think he's made a good movie since that shit.
Whatever.
Or I stopped watching movies, whatever.
It's
My
okay.
movie knowledge is complete.
You know what?
My
Actually,
pop
I have
culture references
the.
and movie knowledge are completely fixated in the early 90s. No
It's
reason.
okay. I actually have another. Well, you can take it if you want, but I'm actually gonna owe you a boon if you do this.
My voluptuous ears have been perked.
I need you to watch William for me.
Ah, shit. You're right, you will owe me a boon for that garbage.
Yeah.
Fuck, you know he's got like at least three fucking Nazis like me on him at any given time, right? I mean, not as good as me, but it's still playing the odds here.
You don't know who I am, do you?
I know you're his child.
Yeah. I was also, well, I mean, technically still his wife.
You know, that alone would fetch a good price on the right market.
What?
That knowledge.
Everyone knows it. He doesn't keep it a secret.
You corroborating it, on the other hand.
It's okay. Look, I'm giving you this knowledge so you can do what you do best.
All right, a woman scorned and all that, right?
It's not scorn.
So, keep an ear out for this Cole gangrel.
Nikolai.
I don't think you have to
That's-
worry about that, Dustin.
Oh, Cole. Yes, Cole. The Cole gangrel.
Yeah.
Nikolai,
Yeah.
the...
Any Tremere refugees, in other words.
Exactly. Anybody that went
Yeah.
to Vienna that is supposedly dead.
Which
But
is
the
anybody
real-
who fucking with the Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
That's a big ask. I'll see what I can.
yeah, I know.
Screw
Yeah.
It's,
Well, I mean,
it's a big
yeah.
net.
Yeah. It's just mostly if they're here. Really,
Yeah,
the real
it's just-
concern.
Big
Here.
big net, not a big
Yeah.
ask. Pardon me, I misspoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Good.
and then William. That is the boon. The other things we can negotiate with whatever you need. But the
Look,
boon is
I'm
specifically for
I'm
William.
gonna shoot you straight because I'm not good at the fucking, being social and telling lies shit.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm being helpful to you because I like you. And
Is it because I blew a hole in a club?
that was fucking sweet.
I mean,
Look, I haven't. Do you know how long I've run gutters for folks in this city?
How old are you?
Pardon the cliche.
Since the 90s?
No. Oh, that's when I stopped caring about pop culture. I'm older than you.
Good to know. Probably since since then.
I remember things. I
Capone. Everybody.
the phone weren't around.
It's good to know.
I'm just saying. Um, I've got a particular skill set, okay? Yeah, I can put my claws in the right guy, but survival for me has been a lot of, well, gutter running. And I see,
he's meticulous with skills.
I
Oh,
see
I
an
don't need you to kill him.
No, I couldn't if I tried. I'm just saying, I see a survival opportunity here if I befriend
And
you.
that's
is all.
smart.
You don't live as long as I have with my skill set without being smart about it.
She's gonna look at Sam. Discretionary fund. Set something up.
Under the name Rich Wright, please. WRIGHT.
Yeah.
Any
The first in fright, as it were.
The what?
The first in fright. He's from North Carolina.
Okay. Yeah, discretionary fund. The other one. Again, the boon. I get it. I will owe you for William. I need a better schedule. I haven't seen his schedule in a decade. So I need a good schedule. He has a new thing with him. Well, two new things, a boy and a girl. So I think they're twins. I don't fucking know.
I don't
He's
judge. Whatever, between consenting adults.
yeah, whatever. They're never consenting whenever they're
Fucking
your
blood
children.
bonds make it really weird, don't they?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'll keep an eye on William. That's going to be the big ask. And I'll keep my ears out for the other stuff.
Sure. Do you have a particular flavor of like beverage or soda that you like?
Oh shit, I love grape soda.
Grape soda. All right. Haven't gotten around. I'll work on that one. I don't know if Dwayne told you about my my recipes, but
Yeah, fuck that guy. He still owes me money.
that's fine. But yeah. Grape soda flavored blood bags. I'll get on that.
Yeah, grape drink, as it were.
Grape drink. Yeah.
Wait. That's the stuff from the South, right? The
Before it got-
Robitussin?
Yeah, it got
Oh,
made weird
yeah.
for a while there, but it really just was grape soda for a long time. Or
Oh,
like,
you're not talking about. Oh, okay.
There's grape soda. Then there's grape drink.
Yeah,
that came later. That was no.
Yeah.
It's a
There's
play on
slightly
the
you
fact
don't want
that
the drink.
Yeah, it's like a play on that stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I had to bail some people out with that whole thing.
We
Rehab.
call it
scared
robo
bitch.
tripping.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah. All right. I thank you for the information. I will keep you abreast if anything changes.
All right. And then
And off to
whoosh
the
thing,
ghost we go.
Yeah, the whoosh thing happens. The door opens. The door closes. You happen to not be paying attention to when the door opens, the door closes, because that's how obfuscate works. Yeah. So Wretch is gone. and then you head on over to the Overlook
I feel like
Tavern.
Reg does the thing.
What's that?
He's just obfuscated. I feel
Oh yeah,
he
like
just does-
in live action.
he's just obfuscated, but and do his own theme song as he's invisibly rolling around town.
Yeah. No, Retro is an inversion of another character I made, and I'm like, oh, what if? And then like, what if you have like this sort of like inverted boogeyman? You know, where like just like a Nosferatu with a heart of gold, but like he also knows that like he terrifies people, and it pigeonholes him into a certain way of life, and he's kind of like chill with it. And like, what does that character look like? Because my whole thing with like Nosferatu is you have like these super tormented characters. But what if there are Nosferatu who are actually just like cool with their lives? You know, like the nerd in the basement who all he's ever wanted to do, and then you get Dwayne that way. It's like, what if there's just like Nosferatu who are like, actually, I always kind of hated people anyway. Whatever. Like, and they just...
We're just gonna collect all the misanthropic Nosferatu.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Like Big Bang Theory, but just Nosferatu in the basement.
So good. That makes that TV show good. All right.
No, but it just makes our coterie house basement better.
It really does make our
Just put them
basement
all in
better.
the
Yeah, we're just gonna have like
just put them all in the
8
basement.
Nosferatu in the basement.
Like,
Next
you ever
to
see
the
the
torture
you ever see the
devices.
person losing their shit
I
at the Big
I
Bang
have a
Theory
question.
thing, where he's like, he just made a where's the fucking joke? He just made a bunch of references to a laugh track. Where's the fucking joke? And he just like loses his mind. To, like, okay, sorry.
we have 2 dots in Camarilla contacts. How many Camarilla Nosferatu can we get for that in our basement?
4 or 5.
That's like
Well,
that's a good chunk of the
Basement.
clan for
Yeah.
the city.
I don't like that.
It's Dwayne plus
You're like,
friends.
I don't like that. It's okay.
No, I don't like the numbers of like I've never
That's
liked
like
the
that's a
numbers.
good chunk of the clan. It's okay. It's like
good.
a it's like a
We'll
it's
just
like a
we'll
good
put more
mix.
points into it so we can get the gotta catch them all.
Yeah. Just all of the
Oh my God.
Nosferatu.
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
Look, there's
I mean, if
a
you're gonna
sewer
make friends with
access in the
people-
basement, and then the Nosferatu all just file in and they have their own society in our basement.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
they're like
Right.
land partying at all times, you know,
Yeah.
living the dream.
Oh my God.
We actually
Uh,
run the new net through our basement.
Can we
You don't
just
know it, but
change-
that's Dwayne's like
Prerogative.
You have your like your short-term goal and your long-term goal. Ambition.
that's his
and-
long-term goal.
is to establish a new ShrekNet. He is in contact with a Nosferatu in LA named Hoxel, who also has the same
Sick.
ambition. And Hoxel may or may not have been one of my characters' Nosferatu contacts.
All right, to this bar.
Yeah.
Who's
So
the boss?
you head to the Overlook Tavern. The Overlook Tavern is along the sort of lakeside area of Chicago, albeit in one of the more currently being gentrified areas. So it's like kind of in this weird sort of transitional period where, you know, the old population is being driven out and they're making it trendy and bullshit. And then you still have these like, you know, run down chunks of like urban decay and stuff like hodgepodge throughout.
Yeah.
It also kind of sheds a little light on the list that you received from Dwayne regarding the properties owned or brokered by Anders. And a lot of them are also, if they're not these like haunted locations or like, you know, there are some random properties that aren't suspicious at all, but connecting the dots because you're player characters in an RPG, you recognize that a number of them are these haunted locations, whether grifts or not, but also many of them are on the lake or near enough to the lake.
Yeah.
And the Overlook Tavern is a lakefront property. It
Overlook
actually,
That's definitely rising. Yeah.
it actually happens to have like it sort of juts out a little bit onto the lake, and then it has like the big stilts that like plunge down into the sort of break And there's like rocks and stuff down below, but it's literally overlooking the lake. It's part of it hangs over where the break is, where the waves, and it's not like ocean waves or anything like that, but where the waves like kind of break upon the levee and stuff. So it is overlooking it, and it is currently closed for renovation. And I just, for thematic reasons, we approach it from more of the south side of it, and so you can like look up sort of northward into the city, and you see the lights sort of dim and sparse between, and then you see them become sort of this bright kaleidoscope of colors as you get further and further away from the overlook. And again, the overlook is basically on this seam of gentrification, sort of at the tip of the iceberg of the gentrification, really.
All right.
Real estate companies do what real estate companies do. They drove the property costs up way too high for the original residents to own anything around here, and then scooped it up.
Right. Well, I mean, sense the unseen.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, y'all gonna do your thing?
Y'all gotta get
go do your oogity boogity bullshit.
I'm gonna give you this one.
All right.
A lot of the buildings around you just have faint emanations of unseen stuff. The ethereal plane, as it were, sort of kissing these buildings, and you can see these sort of like wisps sort of blowing out, and almost like a heartbeat kind of going in two directions, right, as it retracts and expands. You see this sort of flow of these vapor trails pumping into and out from Lake Michigan. They thin out as they go into the city, and they're it's this emanation is coming from Lake Michigan itself. That's not particularly news to y'all. Most kindred believe that there's something going on with Lake Michigan. They all have their different theories. The La Sombra have the most cracked out ones. Like it's the heart of oblivion itself, and yada yada yada. But most people believe it could be something like as simple as like there's a perforation in the veil that just happens to be centered on Lake Michigan. That's the most straightforward explanation that aligns with mage, werewolf, and vampire like mythos. All of them. It covers them all. There's a perforation in the veil, meaning that the seam between this world and the whatever afterlife exists, there's just some puncture there, and so whatever. Spirits leak out from time to time, go back and forth. All pop culture refers to most folklore refers to water and large bodies of water as a portal. So that's all in line with this. But what is different for y'all and your, now sort of sharpening eye to this stuff is these void points. Like this tear you noticed back at the museum. You notice these light void points or tears sort of almost shotgun blasting the lakefront exactly here. Like there was some sort of like you're standing on the cusp or on the like sort of outer ring of some sort of like epicenter, like if you could triangulate wherever it happened from, right? But you notice the way shrapnel would hit, and you see these little void points, these little tears, sort of salt and peppering the area around you. And yet the Overlook Tavern is a void, or rather is a null zone of all of that.
Like there's nothing of that.
Yeah, nothing. In fact,
like it's been too scrubbed.
Right. It is too much nothing. Like it is like the vapor trails and stuff like that. It's not like they bend around it; they just end and then pick up. Like things like that. It's not like a black hole where it's just it is a null zone. Just it's not like it's pristine and glistening and white. Again, it's just it doesn't stand out per se. It's just it is alarming in how clean it is
Yeah.
compared to the area.
That's fucking weird. Yeah. Okay.
Do you know anything that could get rid of those void points that you were talking about? She's
Woo!
asking Rory.
I mean, not offhand, no.
Well, I mean, in the nothing specific, but you roll an occult.
Yeah. Okay. Blood magic or parapsychology?
Either or, your call.
Okay.
Both are relevant.
Alright. So 1 hungies.
1 hungies.
1 hungy.
Cult. Specialization. Let's get weird. Let's roll a rouse check.
I believe in you.
Hey, thank you, because that worked.
You're welcome.
One more die.
I
Power
thought it was
friend.
2 more dice.
Okay. Huh?
You did a rouse check, so it's 2 more dice,
Yeah.
right?
You had 2 to the pool. Yeah.
Okay. Fuck yeah. So many dice.
All the dice.
Love it. Things you love to hear. It.
Holy butts. Okay.
Hold
See
on
what's
to your butts.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 successes.
Enough successes. So you don't know
All
of
these successes, baby. Let's go.
you don't know of anything to like in particularly nullify those void.
I can't just like wibbly it right now.
Yeah, you don't know, and so you're right in that regard. You're like, you know. But in terms of like creating this buildings effect, you're fairly certain some like wards might do it. Like some particular wards to kind of like you're not unfamiliar with making like protections of circle yourself or circles of protection yourself to cast a ritual even in a hot spot. In fact, that's kind of like, you know, Majory 101 is to like sort of set up some protective wards and the thing is the interesting part is in the specification because wards often must be very specific. That's the interesting part. Is that you're from wards against ghosts and wards against this and that and the other thing. That's the interesting part. So it's you can ward against some stuff, and that would. So I leave that to you.
Yeah, I can't undo this black garbage, but
it's obviously
looks
somebody's
like-
been here.
somebody warded this building to specifically at least block off whatever this shit actually is. I mean, that without getting closer and like actually finding the wards and looking at them, I can't tell if it's warded against anything else.
Wait, why are
But-
we here again? I forgot.
This is one of Anders' properties. It's one of the. It's all this place is super relevant to our entire investigation.
Right.
Just to give you the brief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. It's just
It looks like shit. It looks like
Yeah.
I mean, I am.
I
close my
get
mouth. And it
well-
looks like it's just a shitty old bar. But yeah.
well, I mean, it's like
But-
right on the edge of the gentrified zone, so
Yeah. I don't know if that's got nothing to do with nothing. It might.
oh.
Or it's just
It has-
the storyteller giving like thumbing his nose at like
gentrifiers. Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
gentrifiers.
Yeah, and fucking colonists and shit.
New
Wait.
World colonist.
Going on right now, redlining and shit's real. Sorry.
Yep.
Horror's
right.
not allowed to have commentary on society. Are you kidding me? Sorry.
All right. Do you think it's safe to go in there?
I don't know. Only one way to find out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
if it's
Sasha,
only
do you know
warding
how to pick
against.
locks? No, don't blow the door open. Do you know how to
No.
pick
No, not the
locks?
door. Not the door. Just if there's something
Just-
that comes at
Okay,
us.
that's fine. Do you know how to pick locks?
No.
Neither do I, but I have a sword,
The
and
shotgun
it's like a
picks
wooden
locks.
door, so I think we're okay.
No, listen. I really should have paid more attention to those larceny lessons. Damn.
Let's go find out if the door's
That's
even
fine.
locked.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
All right.
Alright.
I'm
I am
going to
gonna draw my
I'm not even
sword,
going to switch
so
to the
take it.
BRB screen. That's how much I want this game to keep going. So I will personally be right back. Y'all can vamp. That's the technical term for it, by the way, in radio.
Vamp.
Hey!
Vamping.
For a little bit.
I'm not. Look, I'm violent, but that doesn't automatically make me a criminal.
I'm not saying that you're a criminal.
No.
We're
I
gonna
just mean like I don't. No, what I mean
I-
is that I don't know how to pick locks. Okay,
It's fine. It's okay. Neither do I. Usually the doors are open for me because they're usually my own place.
We'll find the way.
Yeah, that
I'm
makes.
not super concerned
that
about
ma-
getting like.
Are you sure we can't just shotgun?
I
door open?
prefer that nobody is.
Shotguns are
probably-
loud.
Yeah, shotguns
Yeah,
are
that's
loud.
true.
We're also trying not to leave it. Well, I say leave a trace, but try
Too
not
much.
to
Yeah.
leave too much things in shambles.
Yeah.
And look, I don't know what to expect because I was not expecting a dead man to rise. So we can only imagine what will happen next.
Yeah, this is definitely
Because-
some uncharted territory, even for me. So
I don't you said there was a tear at the art gallery, right?
yes, yeah, very much, yeah.
But there wasn't warding at the art gallery.
Not that I saw.
Which makes me wonder if it's only certain locations that are warded. And also, I'm
whoever
wondering
is
who
trying to
in the
hide.
Tremere Anders was using.
All right.
Because Anders
Assuming
is a
he's using-
fucking idiot. Let's be real.
Assuming he's using a Tremere, he may have somehow hired or co-opted a mage, maybe a changeling.
I mean, changeling is a possibility. Just a human, probably not. I mean, I didn't know Anders that well, but he usually liked to keep it, I would say, in the family, but in the culture.
No, I mean, this shit we're seeing so far is a little outside of regular kindred magic. Maybe some La Sombra shadow bullshit could pull something like this off.
Honestly,
like
that's what I was
hard,
thinking. That's
Still
what I
feel
was.
hard to be on that.
That's
but
what I was
mages?
thinking. Mages, I don't know anything about
A
mages.
full ass mage could. This is just Tuesday for them.
I mean, I don't know those guys. Look,
Yeah.
my dad, well, my mom did a little bit of the hiring the parapsychologist people and the witchy woo woo people whenever I was growing up, but like, I mean,
They were probably
they're
all hacks.
they're from
Yeah.
the freaking late 1800s. Like,
Yeah, most of those people were hacks. Yeah.
So y'all are
I don't
carrying
know.
on when you hear the strum of a guitar from nearby. And you sort of look off. You
Oh,
sort
yeah,
of like
music on
walking
now?
up to the building, and maybe you've made it to the doors, and you've been discussing how to pick the locks, and sort of down, sort of leaning up against a neighboring building, is a busker. The guitar case sitting open, and the best description I have for them is they look like a somewhat and somehow more disheveled Rob Zombie. Like they've got the like sort of like matted, naturally formed dreads from seemingly being unkempt, wearing a like leather jacket that has uh, been in existence since the 80s and shows every single moment of it. And it also like a sort of like biker's, battle armor, we call it, has a bunch of band patches sewn into the leather. Which has not helped the leather very much, by the way. It is genuine leather, but all these band patches from like
What in the
Misfits and
world?
so on and so forth. They are wearing pants that are, like the sort of like like old school punk, sort of like striped or checkered
Yeah. The
pants,
plaid.
but yeah, but they almost look more like clownish. Like the vertical lines are far more pronounced than the horizontal ones. They got a buckle with like spikes on it and so on and so forth, but they look like they haven't changed them since the 80s, and they've got their guitar case open and this little acoustic guitar with the strings up on the top where it's tuned, and they're just like all rampant and wild.
We'll
You
turn slightly to Ashley. This
you
guy looks like he's been digging through the ditches. I'm hoping he's not here to burn any witches.
perhaps not. And they're wearing their sunglasses at night already. Are all right. Some plain black sort of horn rims, the kind that you would buy. You almost expect the sides to be two different colors, like purple and green or whatever, but they're just solid black. And you catch a flicker of a sort of yellow iris glow from underneath a time or two.
No,
Um,
I was gonna do something, but
And in the lapel of their undershirt, they've actually got like a denim vest underneath that they've made themselves. In the breast pocket, they have an arrangement of pens and markers, very particularly arranged. Um, and they're just kind of like strumming, and they flash you a smile, and you notice the distinct fangs out smile.
Ashley is just gonna look at him, flash a smile, and with a little clawed finger, come here.
Gives a humble like, I couldn't, but doesn't say anything. Just like continues to play and like almost seems to ignore you and just kind of like looks at the open guitar case, um, which only has a few pennies in it, and just like continues to play a song, like a slow jam version of Dracula.
It's moments like this when I really miss thaumaturgy. I would just float a 50 into that
It's fine.
guitar case right now. Fuck.
She grabs like a wad out of her purse and spreads it out, and it's like 3 $100 bills.
Okay. You walk down there, I assume, or you?
No,
Oh, you're.
I
up on
am
the thing.
I'm standing with them. I am not walking by. Now that I know that the bitch got teeth, I'm not walking near it by myself.
And then just like they don't seem to acknowledge it. Tune's pretty good, by the way. Like really, really good. This is like the Tenacious D and the Pick
Oh,
of
God.
Destiny when they meet KG, and he's just like jamming on the
All right,
boardwalk.
I'm gonna have the
Yeah.
money. I'm gonna look at them. Stay here. You have the shotguns. If shit goes wrong, I'm gonna
You want to go
pop.
alone? I have my sword.
No,
It's already in my
it's
hand.
fine. Look, you guys are fast. You'll get to me. I'm pretty fast as well.
She's fast.
I'm
Y'all are
stabbing.
fast enough. I'm gonna hit mesmerize,
Okay.
which I think I have to rouse the blood, right?
How deep tier is it?
It's 2.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rouse the blood.
I don't get
Mean
hungrier.
Nice.
So, yeah. I pop a mesmerize and with the money in hand, drop it in the guitar case and kind of lean on the, like do a little Hey.
So shredding the guitar, holds up a finger and continues to hammer on the melody on the fretboard.
She's gonna
As
grab it
holds
and be like,
you go to
I don't-
grab it and just the guitar's just in the wrong place. You recognize celerity in play.
yeah.
Just hammers on, and as doing the hammer on for the melody, has a post-it on his lap and writes "thank you" with one of the pens from out of his lapel, and just kind of sticks it on you, and says "thank you," and then and then finishes the tune, and then rather particularly puts the cap of the pen and counts in a certain number of spaces into his lapel, and now you have his full attention.
Hi, friend.
Waves at
What's
you.
your name?
Another post-it note. Writes nails with an K on the beginning. Knails.
Do you live over here?
I don't live anywhere. Writes on the post-it note.
Do
And
you...
and flashes a toothy grin. Just the fangs.
Ashley does the same.
Gives double thumbs up.
Do you talk?
Not anymore.
Why?
That's rude. to
It's
ask
personal.
someone.
Prince got your tongue?
My friend died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay before your time.
How old do I fucking look?
Not 2000 like me.
Work. She's up with the lingo.
Is it
So,
safe to come down?
do you mind if my friends join me?
Your friends are my friends. So,
And my friends are your friends. All right, yeah, I'll walk on down. I'll put the sword away as a gesture.
Who?
Shotgun is stowed away as well.
What? I'm sorry. I couldn't quite read the post-its from 30
Toreador?
people. Gangrel.
son of Malkov.
Oh.
Apparently.
God, I haven't met one of y'all in a while.
Shame.
You can,
Oh, shame.
yeah. You can
What
blame
was your name? I couldn't read the post-it from back there.
They're
Sorry.
literally posted on.
Oh, was that there we go.
It's
nails.
yeah.
All right.
I mean, unless you've been
you can follow the
dusting 'em off,
conversation.
there's a
sort of.
dialogue. Yeah, they're just
Yeah.
posted down.
I just quickly speed read
Mhm.
Ashley's chest.
Yeah, just
Not on my
no-
chest.
No,
they're on
invasive place,
his
by the way.
chest.
Nails is very particular. Nails is the kind of person where if Nails is in a band. If you were to take a picture with him, he's the one who hovers the hands in the hug. That's Nails is good guy Keanu Reeves style.
Yeah. All right.
So on
Nails.
the outside of the shirt and just, but yeah, you can still there's a chronology of them.
What can you tell me about the tavern?
He goes
You can
into his lapel.
You can go into a lot of detail or as little.
He begins to write, and then he's thinking, and as he begins to think, do you want to roll dice or not?
Yeah, I'll roll
Okay.
some dice.
All
I
right.
don't mind.
So you're going to
Dice
be
are good.
rolling in intelligence resolve versus him.
Okay. Can I add my mesmerized dice to that?
Sure.
Okay.
Is this something we all need to roll?
If
I
you
think
want to.
Oh, great.
Hold on. Wait, what's the pool again?
Intelligence resolve.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay, and can I add any of my discipline dots to it, like
If you
aspect
want to
ask for
trip
or
balls
Aspect.
harder, you
present?
can subtract your aspect dice from the pool.
Oh, it's a penalty? Is there anything I can add? Trick balls harder? I guess
Not
I'm
really,
just
no.
This is one of those where
I guess
succeeding might not be good for us again, but I'm here
I
for
don't
it.
mind.
I mean,
You're not.
sure,
I don't want you to
give-
meta game. You know, like, go ahead and
I
roll
don't
it.
I don't know what's
1,
happening, so
2,
we'll
3,
see.
4.
Do I put hunger dice in this, or is this one of the weird
Yeah.
ones?
Yeah, you'd put hunger
Okay.
dice in it.
So
Oh, intelligence resolve? I need one more die. Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 and then 1 with fangs. Good.
The fangs one would be a success.
Oh, okay.
Double
So-
fang. If it's like the 2 fangs, then that would be a double success if you got the
Well, no,
That's
it is
5 for me.
it
Jesus.
is the one with 2 fangs.
Yeah. That's that. If you got another one, that's like then it's a.
Oh, okay. I have 1 with 2
I've done a lot
dots.
of cribbing
I have
tonight,
1
I
with
don't
2
know.
dots and 1 with fangs, and
Then
then
that sounds
3
like 4.
regulars.
Yeah.
Okay,
4 and
so 4, 5, 6, 7.
nice. Okay, what'd you get? 5, 2.
5.
Okay, the 7. You understand that your brain is being influenced right now by the presence of the son of Malkov. It's still influenced, however, because you're dealing with a Methuselah level Malkavian.
Yeah.
They're not
I was just-
actually 2,000 years old, by the way. He just wrote a number, but he's not actually that old. But the Methuselah presence is pointed. So the area, like a movie flashback, like legitimately, you are standing there and you can look around and like you're like, are we fucking tinted sepia and shit right now? And like, yes, you are. And you also can look down in the corners of your vision and see the little like weird screen tears and stuff like that happening. Like,
Ugh. Okay.
yeah. And Nails is now standing with you, dressed exactly the same, like, and still voiceless.
Mhm.
Gestures at the building, and you see a sort of multicultural sort of brothel from a while back, sort of
Like-
post Civil War, like sort of migration, northern migration period of time like that. People actually coming up on riverboats and so on and so forth. A lively place. And then it sort of like time jumps forward to sort of Chicago in the 80s. And what was your question that got us here real quick so I can focus the scene?
What do you know about this place?
Right. So you got the history of it in like a snapshot. And then you see the sort of like evolution of it. And then you get the sort of, fast forward motion, like cars and stuff going past. And as the time periods shift, so does the like medium around you to where you're on like VHS and you can see the like little like tracking lines and stuff like that coming around you.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. And then finally, you're standing there relatively recently, and things are seemingly normal. And you see a red comet in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back now. It's relatively modern. The neighborhood isn't as dilapidated as it is currently for you. There's still some like hustle and bustle in this area. There's still people and so on and so forth. And you see a red comet in the sky. And when you see it in Lake Michigan, right, like sort of out from the balcony of this place, it looks magnified, like a fucking fun, what is it called? Like a fun fun zone mirror or whatever, like
Or a funhouse mirror.
like a funhouse mirror where like Lake Michigan is the funhouse mirror, and you can see it sort of like rippling and distorted and bigger in the Lake Michigan than it is in the sky. And then you're back with him sitting down, and he's got a post-it note now that like you don't remember him placing on Rory this time, just with like question marks, but then a little doodle of the comet.
Do I remember anything about a comet? Since
I think we went over this once before in this continuity about the time of nightmares or the week of nightmares, and and how the comet prefaced it. But Gehenna is supposed to sort of
the end times, the shit from Nod.
Yes,
with
not
thin
as
blood
bullshit. Yes.
The Nod is literally, that's what Ashley would say about it, is like the Nod is bullshit, that thin bloods are going to kill us.
And then he kind of like gives a shrug like this, like but, and then he points at the comet and then the place and then Lake Michigan, and he just shrugs again.
You're saying it's all related?
He nods.
Ish.
Like he nods again,
Right.
and then goes,
But
no
void.
moan of an but just.
But void.
Writes protected on a thing and then puts it.
By who?
What? Period.
What then? Protected by what?
Monsters.
I mean,
like,
that can mean a lot of different things, like kindred monsters, werewolf monsters,
gargoyles.
Counts through his pens again. Like takes one out very pointedly, and like monsters is under like on Rory at this point, and he circles monsters like with his like tongue out and just like, and he like carefully caps it, making sure to not like fray the tip of the marker, and just like he just kind of nods.
Gargoyles.
All the above monsters. Okay.
And he just like taps Rory where he wrote monsters.
I don't like that. I don't want to be here if there are monsters. I don't think a shotgun could fucking kill a monster.
I mean, I don't.
He, rather than write a post-it and flash it or paint it anywhere, he hands you, Ashley, a post-it. Like he writes on one and hands it to you. Says, "It's okay. You're supposed to be here."
You saw it?
Shrugs.
You think
the black stuff surrounding
the voids.
This tavern, you know what that is?
He looks pensive for a moment. He doesn't.
Mm.
Posted on you. It says shrapnel.
Did
From the
someone drop
comment?
a reality bomb?
Yes.
From
yes.
both.
And writes yes.
Yes to both. The comment was a reality bomb.
I mean, that's what they. I mean, no offense to you guys. That's what you say. That's what the Book of Nod says about this place, or about the red comet. It would bring about the end times for us. And
whether or not it's actually bringing about Gehenna, it has brought about something.
Yeah.
Ripping tears.
Nails puts a post-it on the brick wall behind him,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a question that says, "How long is time?"
I mean, I'm not a fucking scientist. I don't fucking know. I just pay scientists. I fund their projects.
But Yeah, no, I get you.
Post another one. Was last week. Was 2 weeks ago. 2 years. 3. Beginnings, ends, question mark, question mark.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes I hate you, older generation. You confuse the fuck out of me sometimes.
Writes a post-it and hands it to you specifically again. I'm old, but I'm not an idiot. I'm just old.
It's more complicated whenever I say it like that. It's you monitor time a lot different than us.
He nods a lot and he says exactly. He writes like exactly who wrote the Book of Nod. Old people.
Yeah, it's just like the Bible.
A wink of time, a blink of time, all the same to them.
And yet they're so afraid of this guy. Or the sky. The end.
Sad.
Yeah.
Period. Like
Things I mean, I don't know much about science, but we're all fucking energy and energy fucks off eventually and gets recycled.
Nails posts up another one on the brick wall behind him. Just says, "I know I'm old. I'm just on my encore." And
Deep.
he looks kind of like happy, like a little listless but happy.
Yeah. Have you seen anyone visiting this tavern recently?
He writes one and he hands this one specifically to you. It says, "Yes, he looks exactly like you, but nothing alike." But he looks exactly like you, but not like you at all. Because Malkavians.
Like a similar presence?
Looks exactly like you, but nothing like you at all. He points at the post-it again. And just like gives you this sort of like happy-go-lucky look.
Oh god. My brain immediately goes two ways with that. Like it's literally some alternate reality version of me has been here. Or future me or past me or some other bullshit. Or it could be my idiot brother. We're both from here and we have a similar
Writes a post-it note and sticks it on you. Are they any different?
I don't know.
What, your brother?
And then another post-it note on you. You're the one who's all about magic.
I'm here to find out.
Sasha?
We're all looking for someone. We're all looking for something. He hands you a post-it directly that time.
We need a perimeter check.
I'm gonna go do that right now.
Okay.
Nell starts tuning his guitar.
There anyone here with sensory unseen that I'm not seeing right now?
He puts up a post-it that says any requests.
Actually,
like that one's on the wall behind him.
Amazing.
What's a good song to break into?
Yeah, what's a break-in song?
A break-in song. He starts playing Bob Dylan.
Okay.
Does it look Ma, I'm only dying or something like that? Hang on. This is very important. I must look this up.
And also, pertinent, do you know how to pick locks?
That's true. Do you know how to pick locks?
Look, Ma, I'm only bleeding.
There you go.
And do you know how to pick locks? He just kind of gives you a look and looks over at the door, and it's ajar.
Oh, well, fuck. All right. The door is in fact ajar. Alright.
He gestures
That
at
door-
the case.
Yeah, I'll pull out like for another 300 and throw in. I got money for days.
He looks
You've
disappointed
been-
that you've only put money in the case.
Drop a business card.
He considers it.
Nonetheless, I
You mentioned
know you probably don't have a phone because of something, but I don't fucking know. Texting. Don't look at me like that. That has my business address. If you need anything, please contact me.
He just
relevant to that.
gives
You
a
mentioned
secret,
we're
like
all
a
looking
silent
for
laugh, just like-
something. You said we're all looking for something. What are you looking for? Maybe we can help.
He looks distant for a while.
Probably his friend.
Writes my friend on a post-it and hands it to you. My
It's okay.
friend isn't capitalized. It's just lowercase, my friend. Which seems important. Like when he wrote the other,
friend
like
was
why
dead?
he lost his voice, it was capital M, capital F.
Well, you have. Well, this is going to sound really cheesy in a 90s song. You have a friend in me. Nails.
He looks disgusted.
Okay, well, fuck off too.
You got
And she
friends?
walks towards the ajar door.
He looks disgusted at the song, not the quote. Like he's just
Oh,
like his head's moving and just like he is not a fan of Gary Newman.
Right. Well, it's been
it's been.
a pleasure.
No.
Hey, wait, look how Sorry.
If there's some way that can help you find your friend, let me know.
He shrugs.
Or maybe you just need a new friend. Rory.
He lifts a hand up.
Yeah, I shake. Yeah.
Points at his chest, and points at the post-it on turning away Ashley, where it said his name is Nails.
She's gonna.
Good to meet
she's
you.
gonna take all the post-its and stuff them in
You're
her
very
purse.
you're very good at that. But I suppose the guitar was invented maybe probably less than 1,000 years ago. But yeah, you've had time, but you're still that's definitely talent.
I was raised in a carnival, it says, but in a time where they weren't fun.
Oof, rough. Yeah.
Outsider Nails was my first
Feel free.
DMPC or whatever. He was a carnival performer that was given to one of my player characters as their like slave.
Yeah.
And he was embraced like as a Melkavian and in like a whole like Ravnos Melkavian circus thing in the Dark Ages. And his best friend ended up being like this noble guy who had the dark end or whatever it is flaw, and so his friend died, and Nails stopped speaking when he died. And that was like 1,000 years ago or whatever. It was during the Dark Ages, so he's not exactly 2,000 years old. He's more like 1,000 years old. But at that point, time becomes
Old enough.
Yeah.
At that point, time becomes just meaningless to somebody like Nails.
Yeah.
So he didn't lie to you. He just
No?
quit caring about time.
Over-exaggerated?
Yeah, he just
Yeah,
All right.
Well, I should catch up with the team. Maybe we'll meet again.
Babes.
Turn.
All right.
Walk away. Redraw the sword. Head into the door.
All right. So whilst y'all are kind of finishing up your, I guess we'll call it a dialogue with Nails. Sasha has begun to case the joint. Sasha, you have made it around to the sort of. There's actually a boardwalk. So up above we have this like, the overlook is. When you look at it at the front, it's like a ground level, and then it's got a second story, right? And the ground level actually has those stilts going into Lake Michigan. When you case and go around it, there's a third level that's like there's sort of would be a basement level, but it's actually, you'll go on to find out that when you go inside, there's a landing, and then it goes up or goes down. And so there's a floor, the ground level is actually below the street level. And so there's a boardwalk in front of that ground level underneath the stilts, which is now at that point 2 stories above. And you come around to where there should be like chairs and like little like mini umbrellas over like a patio furniture stuff, but all that patio furniture has long been bundled up and so on and so forth. And you also notice the door is not a door, it's ajar, but it's 2 sort of like patio doors expanding. And it almost reflexively, you know that you need to reach for the twins. As you see a model-esque figure you're familiar with standing in the threshold, sort of lunging toward you. Formerly hit by a car, at one point in a trunk. She doesn't have the look of recognition on her face. As if it's like a... whatever it is. So, in initiative, you would go first. But we're also going to call it there.
No! That... You would dangle violence
I
like
know.
a carrot over my head.
You would dangle violence.
I know I would. And you can almost see the party going up to the door that's ajar, and you hear the shotguns blast, from around the corner, but we don't see the result of the shotguns,
Oh fuck, Sasha!
You would dangle the threat of violence for a cliffhanger.
Of course I would. Of course I would. There was so much like exposition, which is like we're already into like how many adventures, and like now there's more exposition. I'm a terrible writer because we had more exposition. What an asshole.
Okay, but listen.
We put it there. We made it happen.
I have a thing next week.
Went
I will be like an hour late.
That's right.
But I want to do more. I want to do violence. You cannot withhold this violence from me.
No, so what I'm going to do is we can start
an hour later.
We can start an hour later, which you said we shouldn't do that.
No, it's only because you shortchanged us the last time you started an hour earlier.
Okay, but I won't because I know you're okay to run till 1 a.m. now. I thought I had powers for players.
It's 1 p.m. Well, no.
No, Shelly's got like on the proper time schedule with me.
No, but listen, I'm good to play through lunch. Okay, as long as you don't mind me like.
If you go and eat some vittles while we're doing stuff, that's fine.
Happy vampire, happy life. I don't know.
I just
anyway.
I don't mind running 4, 5, 6 hour sessions. I don't run them because players have lives and I don't want to steal them from them.
Okay, but like, listen, I don't have a life until like. Well, okay, that's not entirely a lie, but we'll talk about that.
No, we can figure it out. But if we start an hour late, I will not deprive you with like a piddly 2 hour session. We'll go whole hog. We'll go into the whole thing.
Look, 3
because there's a lot.
3 is a reasonable request.
I think 3 is reasonable as well. So if we start an hour late and we do 3, is that okay with the coterie?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. Because we went
This
way
is my
past
night.
3 tonight.
Fine.
I think we're at
Yeah.
4.
We're at
I think
4 and a
you've
half
This is what I
hours.
do
compensated.
Tuesday nights.
I think you've
Is I-
compensated for the absence with this one, though.
Yeah.
I'm not
Exactly,
gonna
yeah.
lie. I
There
think
was
it's
a
you made
lot.
up for it.
And because my notes and then my ideas just pile up. Because I'm like, oh, this is this adventure. Oh, and then when you decided to go to the Overlook Tavern instead of the theater, I'm like, oh, because I thought this was going to be like kind of the first adventure, but then it wasn't the first adventure, and then I had more of a feel for the party, so then I got to add more to this adventure. Does that make sense? And I'm just like, ooh, gets even more delicious now.
I have to actually provide you with backstory stuff so you can have some direction for that,
Yeah.
because
I have
I am the kind of person that gives my character like, here, your existence is totally fine. Don't have any problems, you're good. And then turn around and be like to the ST or the GM and be like, let's ruin this bitch. This is how you do it.
I think every player has given me the correct amount of backstory to build the adventures going forward.
I don't think I've given you like an official thing like Michael did, but I have ideas. I
No,
could
I'm
throw
just
some
saying
shit
it's
at you.
enough to have like gotten the juices flowing is all. Like it's
Yeah.
I expect whilst we're
I was-
playing, I basically like I pass the ball to a player
We're still-
and be like,
We're
you know,
still going off of the crackheaded shit we talked about on Twitter. Is this still like the one thing that I said to you before?
Oh no, I
don't
already
remember.
did that.
It was
I
a
already
whole-
did that with the I wanted the
with
adventure to start with a painting that fights you. What I already did that.
Oh yeah, the gallery.
Yeah, no,
okay,
that
that's
already
what that was.
happened.
Okay.
Because I'm like, man, that's a terrible idea. And then you're like, that sounds awesome. I'm like, you're right, that's an awesome idea. And so that was adventure 1. I'm like, what if like art attacks you, man? That's a terrible idea. And you're like, actually, that's an awesome idea. I'm like, you're right, it is. And then that was the
Still
first adventure.
awesome. Still awesome, by the way.
My ideas are strange. All right, chat gang. I thank you all for hanging out with us as late as you did. Again, time is meaningless. Thank you for honestly, donating and stuff like that. I will actually legitimately advertise this bullshit and give us a week back. So we'll go a little bit into September with it because I lost a week of my life this last week. So I do apologize for that. I will make it up to everybody concerned. Next week we'll start a week later. I think we're supposed to be off, but we took our week off last week. So if that's all right with the rest of the party, we'll start a week later, or we'll start an hour later, and we'll play next week. And I will not curtail or amend the adventure like I did the one night. We'll go whole hog.
My shotguns demand time.
I was just going to like, if you did show up an hour late, I was going to like Tarantino that shit, like everything's going on, and then we go back in time to see the violence. You know, like that, I would have made it work.
Yeah,
but it's probably better if we just started an hour late and then do all that stuff.
The shotguns are the real main character of the story.
When you ask me if like, will there be violence tonight, I'm like, well, I didn't intend for it, but I will tease violence.
It's like, here's the carrot you
I
want.
have
Dance,
to
monkey,
subvert the
dance.
expectations. If I didn't do that,
dance, monkey, dance.
Yeah.
No.
All right, everybody.
I love it.
Chat gang, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Remember, drink your milk, pay your taxes, be excellent to each other. You are the show within the show, the reason we do this thing. We will catch you next week, the same vampire time, minus an hour, plus an hour, the same vampire place. Good night.
Yeah.